I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to, the meeting's already been called to order. Do we have quorum yet? Okay, I know, that we're going to just do, if we can, a couple items quickly. I know that there's a committee meeting going on, so they're just wrapping that up. Thank you. Okay, I do have quorum. I'm going to just take a couple of the smaller items while we have quorum. I have a open meeting. Can I please have the roll call for those that are here?
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Councilwoman Allen. Councilwoman Price. Councilman Supernaw. Councilwoman Mungo.
Present.
Councilmember Uranga.
Present.
Councilman Austin. Vice Mayor Richardson. Mayor Garcia.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and just do the consent calendar minus item number 5, please. Oh, actually, before we do that, I have an announcement, and I want to do the moment of silence and the pledge. Let me first turn it over to Councilwoman Mungo, who is going to lead us in the moment of silence and the pledge.
Thank you. For any of you who have met Mr. Alvin Austin Sr., Al's father, Councilmember Austin's father, he was an amazing man who was someone who really supported great public service and the work that Al does on a daily basis. And I'd like for our moment of silence tonight to keep Al and Councilmember Austin, his family, in our prayers because of the passing of Al Austin Sr. Thank you. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I want to go ahead now and move the consent calendar minus item 5, please. Okay, is there any public comment on this consent?
There's no public comment.
Okay, members, please cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And then let's read item 5 on the consent, please.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to award 2 contracts for the purchase and delivery of new tires for a total annual aggregate amount not to exceed $770,000 citywide.
There's a motion by Councilman Price. Is there a second on this? Second by Councilmember Uranga. Do we know who pulled this item?
That was me.
Okay. Did you want to?
Yes. Can I just?
Yeah. Go ahead and speak to the item, Councilman.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I just have a couple comments. I pulled this item because I think it's really important that we support local businesses, and I wanted to understand like how much Industrial Tire, the local company, is getting on the contract, and I also want to make sure that our local procurements and preferences are more than just window dressing. That when we're awarding these companies, these local companies, that they actually also get a significant amount of the contract, because as we all know, local businesses strengthen our local economy and communities. And I know that later on today we're going to be talking about the procurement study and the $250,000 that's allocated for this. And I think it's very important that we look at minority-owned businesses and disadvantaged businesses right here in our backyard. And I also, in the future, I want to go further. I would like to see that on these RFPs and local business, that we give a greater local preference to local businesses. I don't know what the preference is right now, if it's 5%, but I would like to see it somewhere up around 15%. So I look forward to bringing that item later on this year.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Was there public comment on this item that was pulled? Please cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We do have we have 2 hearings. I wanted to, if we traditionally always do the hearings first, but if there isn't any objection, there is an ADA item, and I think we're going to try to hear our ADA items at the top of the agenda if possible. So can we hear item 24?
Communication from Vice Mayor Richardson, Councilwoman Zendejas, Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilman Austin. Recommendation to acknowledge and celebrate the 31st anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 and receive and file an update from Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start here first by thanking my colleagues and the seconder, Councilwoman Zendejas, for coming in and joining us here. Most recently, I had a great conversation with some of the members of the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities, and we talked about some of the important work that the commission is doing, and how it's important that we integrate. We are fully inclusive, and we integrate the interests and the voices of our residents, our differently able residents, into everything that we do. And that talks about advancing equity, events that we plan, the Uptown Jazz Festival, all of those things. And so that conversation led to a request. They've asked that we bring them forward and hear from them on some of the work that they're doing, but also recognize this 31st anniversary of the signing of the ADA. And so with that said, I'd love to hear from the seconder of the motion and then invite up the team from KCOT to hear their presentation and take it from there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Zendejas?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Richardson, for putting forward this item, and Councilmember Austin and Councilwoman Sorrow for your support as well. First of all, I want to highlight that the fact that these 3 city council representatives who live with no disability are presenting this item, and it brings me great joy to see this. It's a major milestone for us here at the city to be able to have other representatives living with no disabilities actually represent and present something that means so much to the disability community. And for that, I applaud you, and it makes me really proud to be on a city council with you. It truly warms my heart to be part of a city council that is growing not only consciousness, but also actively committed to ensuring accessibility to all, because accessibility is not only an issue that should pertain to some, but rather it is a city issue that should pertain to all. The KCOT members who presented the idea for this item is in District 9, a District 9 resident, and it makes me so happy to know that in our city, our residents with disabilities can feel the support of their vice mayor and city representatives on issues pertaining to accessibility. So once again, thank you, Vice Mayor Richardson, Councilmember Austin, and Councilmember Sulisaro for taking the initiative and the step, going one step further into more equitable and more accessible city that is conscious, mindful of all people, especially people with disabilities. That, in my opinion, is the best form of celebration we can have for the 31st anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act that is upon us, and is being signed that was signed in the year 1990. And I am so happy that that signing and that act has been the forefront and the reason for changing millions and millions of lives for the better, including mine. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also thank the Vice Mayor as well as for bringing it forward with Councilmember Sendejas and Councilmember Austin. I do think it's truly important that we recognize the anniversary of the ADA, but I also want to make sure that we acknowledge that there still continues to be a lot of work done that I've learned from the KCOD that, you know, while things are ADA compliant, doesn't mean that it meets the need of everybody around issues around accessibility. So I want us to be mindful too that on this anniversary, while we celebrate the accomplishment of how far we've come to ensure that we're holding, you know, the values and moving forward to increasing accessibility, that we continue to do more and that we consider it in all of our projects that we do, that we build in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think, Vice Mayor, did you say there was a presentation?
Yes, the commission is going to give a presentation. Ninth District resident Nubia Cedeno coming to the stage, the chair of the commission.
Let me take off my mask. I am Nubia Flores, current chair of the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities and resident of Council District 9. Thank you, Vice Mayor Richardson, for the invitation to speak during this special item at tonight's City Council meeting. I'd like to also thank Mayor Garcia for the proclamation acknowledging this year's ADA anniversary. Organizations by and for people with disabilities have existed since the 1800s, exploding in popularity in the 1900s. Treatment and perceptions of disability have undergone transformation since the 1900s, largely because people with disabilities, caregivers, and allies have demanded and created those changes. U.S. Congress has passed over 50 pieces of legislation that support disability rights, either directly or by recognizing and enforcing civil rights, including Brown versus Board of Education, which laid the groundwork for recognizing the rights of people with disabilities. To date, the 1990 Americans with Disabilities Act, also known as ADA, and the subsequent ADA Amendments Act in 2008 are the movement's greatest legal achievements. 31 years after President George H.W. Bush signed the ADA, we've seen great progress, but still have far to go. I say this not to take away from the barriers the ADA has helped to eliminate, but to highlight the countless barriers that still exist. I believe that we can get to a place where barriers no longer exist, but only if we collectively work together. In 1976, the Long Beach Municipal Code was amended by the City Council that created the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities, KCOD for short. 44 years, this tells me that the city has taken seriously for a long time the importance and value of the disability community. The commissioners on KCOD, past and present, take great pride in our roles and the opportunities to make recommendations to the mayor, council, and city manager on behalf of the disability community. More recent recommendations have included modifications to the existing Blue Curb application process and policy, more accessible and inclusive park spaces, including mobility mats at our beaches, the discontinued use of certain models of truncated domes, style guide recommendations, the importance of including intersectionality of race and disability in the framework for reconciliation, and the call to action for people with disabilities to be considered a higher priority for COVID vaccine distribution. We have created recognized events that now occur annually, including Mentoring Day and DEEM. We are consistently looking at creative ways to better engage the public, including new ways to hold events in the COVID area. One of our primary goals for 2021 is focused on equity in public space and working with the city on getting past the ADA checkbox. Because while the ADA requires equal access, it's important to remember that this required access is only minimum in scope. Our goal should always be to achieve more than the minimum. Equality does not equal equity, and signing For the signing on to the Cities for All initiative is an invaluable next step for our city. As you all know, we've been working with each other, which each of your offices to schedule a meeting that allows for you to meet with us and hear from KCOD directly about things we're working on, our concerns and our hopes for establishing an ongoing working relationship, not only with each district, but the city as a whole. Our meetings so far have been very productive and positive, and we look forward to meeting with the rest of you. Former KCOD chairperson and community advocate Dika McLean always likes to remind us in our advocacy work the importance of being, and I'm quoting her, a before thought and not an afterthought. Invite us, KCOD, to the table. We would love to consult on projects. It's essential to have the community that is the most impacted at the planning stages, and we advise that this include people with disabilities and the families of children with disabilities. How do we make our city and programs truly accessible without the lived experience of those most impacted? Inviting us to the table ensures that we identify opportunities together instead of missing them. I'm thankful for this opportunity to speak before you to lift up KCOD and the importance of the inclusion of people with disabilities in civic engagement. I stand before you not only as chairperson of KCOD, I stand here as a mother of a child with disabilities and an ally. I hope that in this moment, members of the public with disabilities, including families with children with disabilities, see our moment here as a call to action to become more engaged in the civic process and help foster the inclusion of people with disabilities. I hope that Council also sees this as a call to action to engage with leaders of the disability community and provide the space to support and value them as decision makers. As a mother, I look to these leaders in our city to guide us in this moment to help build a more inclusive community-driven and accessible community for children like my own. KCOD is here to serve the public and also welcomes the public to follow our meetings. It's every second Thursday of the month at 1 o'clock. Members of the public are invited to attend, to listen, and speak during public comment on items on our agenda, or speak during public comment to share concerns in the community. We are excited that starting next month, KCOD will be led by a new chairperson, Commissioner Jennifer Kumiyama, one of our city's most dedicated advocates. And before I wrap up, I'd like to recognize and thank the rest of my fellow commissioners, Gretchen, Kim, Victor, Steve, Jeremy, and Chris, as well as the City Manager's Office for the ongoing support for KCOD. Thank you again for this opportunity. We're here for you. Please take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me go to Councilmember Uranga, and then I have a couple comments, and then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. It's very well done and long overdue. I just want to mention that 30 years ago when this ADA first came into being, I was a member of the city's civil service department. I was a recruitment officer then. And it changed. It's a game changer for those especially seeking employment from the disability community. And it was a game changer in the sense that we were now required to put a statement under every job announcement that we had to be ADA compliant. And I think that's very important. And it was a game changer for not only the city, but for the U.S. in general, for the country in terms of employment for those with disabilities. So I would go to ADA, I would go to KCOD meetings and talk about what were the employment opportunities that were existing then in the city and encourage people to apply. And I think that we have a nice representative sample of people who have been applying for jobs with the city of Long Beach and we've hired. It wasn't easy because there are still people out there who feel that if you have any kind of disability, you're not eligible to apply for employment, and we know that that is wrong, and that it's a mistaken belief that people with any kind of disability cannot do a job. I have a disability, if you want to call it that. I'm colorblind, so I would never be a police officer. I would never be a firefighter because my blindness keeps me from recognizing a red wire from a green wire. Is red, green, colorblind, or what color of the vehicle was it, and what was that perpetrator wearing in terms of the color. So there are some jobs that I'm being restricted, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't be a good employee for the police department. So let's keep that in mind, that there are other alternatives and there are other ways to get jobs. So thank you for the presentation, and let's celebrate 30 years of ADA.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I'd like to gently remind everybody participating in this meeting and in this chamber that masks are required at all times. So if you could please keep your mask on when you're coming up to the podium to speak. Thank you.
And masks need to be kept on by everyone the entire time, please. Vice Mayor Richardson?
Just briefly, Mayor, before you wrap it up, I just wanted to say thank you to Nubia. Thanks for referencing your incredible son, Elijah. I think you do incredible work. Heather as well, who we spent time on the 14th floor for many years. And Jennifer, look forward to your leadership as well. So we hear you. We look forward to continuing to partner, and look forward to your excellent leadership on KCOD. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, I think that you, obviously the commission, KCOD is one of our most consequential active commissions, and you guys continue to do that work. And I'm just so grateful to all of you. So I just want to thank you for always bringing the council so many ideas and so many changes to policy. And you also have a great staff support and a great team. And Heather, you do a great job, and you're such a great advocate for the commission to the staff. And so I just want to thank the commission itself, the leadership. Congratulations to Nubia, but also to Jennifer, and just the whole team of amazing commissioners. I will also add that I'm grateful for this, and I'm grateful that we have such strong advocacy, not just from council members, but we were remiss by just not addressing and saying that on this moment and this recognition, that one of the things I'm most proud of is we are also one of the few bodies that not just has, I think, an amazing commission, but also one of the few bodies in the country with someone with lived experience that's in a wheelchair on our city council. And I think when you think about the diversity of council members and perspectives, I'm really proud that the Long Beach City Council also has someone with a disability that is that adds to her ability to advocate and provide us with important perspectives. So I'm grateful to Councilwoman Zendejas. I'm grateful to the commission. I'm grateful to all the advocates in the community. And so with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. I do have two hearings, which we'll do. Because we have just one member for open public comment that had signed up, I'm going to let him go before the hearings. I know we normally do the hearings first, but I want to let him speak. Mr. Ken Fay, please come forward. I thought I'd seen him here. Oh, there he is. And then we'll go right into both of our hearings. It's going to turn on itself in a minute here. There you go, sir.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. I only came today. My name is Sinai Kinfei. I'm a resident here in Long Beach, 6th District, address on record. I came today. I was promised a memo by the city manager regarding the update on the investigation of the desecration of the Dr. Martin Luther King statue at Kings Park. So we'd just like an update on the memo regarding the investigation, as city staff announced a week ago. Other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think that we were going to get the memo this week at some point, Mr. Modica, so I'm sure that we'll be receiving that.
There wasn't a timeline, but yes, we're looking to get that out pretty soon. So we'll work on that, and that'll be posted, and we'll make it available.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we have both of the hearings on the agenda. So let me start by going into our first hearing, which is the budget hearing, and then we'll do the second hearing, which is on a entertainment permit. So let's go ahead and begin with the budget hearing. Madam Clerk, if you want to read that. And I know there's a full agenda. I also just want to remind the public that today is the first of a handful of budget hearings that will happen in this chamber and some in the community. And so it does push meetings back. This is a time of the year where we spend a good amount of time talking about the budget. And so I do want to just make sure folks know that as we go into these next few weeks.
Item 22, report from financial management, recommendation to conduct a budget hearing to receive and discuss an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget citywide.
Thank you. There is an item in front of you, and I think there's a presentation. I'm going to start the presentation and go through a few slides. As we all know, every year the budget is, and the way it's proposed to the council is a partnership that we undergo and that I undergo with the city manager, but it's really the department directors and Mr. Modica that put together the budget every single year. And then it's presented to the city council. I think most folks received the budget and the public, I think last week. I believe it was Friday, and then today is the first kind of public review of that document. So what we have in front of us is a budget proposal that's focused around building back and recovering from this pandemic. The city's total proposed budget for FY22 is $3 billion. It reflects the city's recovery from the largest public health crisis of our lifetime. And I think the most important piece of this budget is that the budget includes no cuts, it has no deficit, and replenishes, most importantly, the reserves that were lost during the pandemic. And I've mentioned to the council before, there's probably nothing more important than being prepared for that next emergency. And so having replenished reserves is I think, a critical piece of this budget presentation. The FY22 budget takes into account the city's racial equity and reconciliation plan, and Mr. Modica will speak to that. And he will also speak to Measure US, which of course was approved by 57% of voters, and how that integrates into the budget presentation. Also, the budget, I think, makes a very, very strong makes a very strong statement as what we're focused on as it relates to our recovery. The Long Beach Recovery Act, which was the first municipal recovery act presented actually across the country, is a part of this budget. It's about almost $250 million of federal and state funds, most of it federal, as we know. And the City Council has approved that Budget Recovery Act. As we know, it allocates about $64 million towards economic recovery, about $108 million to healthy and safe communities, and about $76 million to the city's reserves, eliminating our furloughs, and the elimination of the deficit, which is all part of securing our city's future. If you look at the economic recovery piece, you'll find in the budget there's a variety of resources for residents and businesses, everything from protection for nonprofits and businesses on COVID support, direct business support at $20 million. There's airport support for $15 million. There's economic inclusion resources, the Clean Long Beach Initiative, and so many others that are involved. These are just a sample of some of the economic recovery funds. In addition, under Health and Safe Community, there's also a variety of different investments around basic needs, around ensuring that people have child support and child care in our community. There's additional support for public health and COVID response, violence prevention and safe cities money. There's about $10 million for homelessness. And we also added to certain funds. So while, example, the Justice Fund and Language Access were already in the budget, the American Recovery of the Act and through us, the Long Beach Recovery Plan really added to those as well. And you see housing support at $56 million, which is really significant around tenant assistance. And then, of course, we spent a good amount of resources eliminating our shortfalls, replenishing reserves, and ending furloughs, which was important for us as a city. I wanted just to highlight a few community investments that folks were engaged on and had discussions about, and that some council members discussed with me as well. Those are all in there as part of the Long Beach Recovery Act and the budget that Mr. Modica will explore. There's a variety of resources. I do want to point out the digital inclusion money, which is in there. That's been a great new initiative of this city council, and other priorities. I'll note certain priorities like the Justice Fund is receiving its strongest support this year, which I think is a really great move for us as a community. And there's other investments as it relates to health of the community across the budget. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Modica, who will do the majority of the presentation. And we did this presentation, of course, last Friday to the community and to the media. And I think many of the council members also, I think, watched it online. So, Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we can bring up the city manager's presentation or the clear. The mayor gave a very good summary of the budget, and I will launch with this part. So the FY22 budget is $3 billion, as the mayor mentioned. It's 37 different fund groups, 126 funds, and 23 departments. The main message really, and the thing to keep in mind, is that we are basically continuing the previous year's budget. Yes, the budget has changes in all of our different funds, but as a whole, especially in the general fund, we were able to do something pretty significant, which is not engage in reductions and not have some of those really difficult financial impacts this year. We were able to basically continue it from last year. And the emphasis for the budget is really on pandemic recovery. I think it's been very clear that we're facing unprecedented challenges over the past 12 months, up to 16 months. It has been unprecedented both operationally and financially. We've really been focused on minimizing impacts of the pandemic on our business community, on our residents, on people who had very, very difficult times last year. We have strained our city resources, and we've had to divert our staff capacity to the most urgent priorities, and that also means our financial resources. We've had a year of First Amendment demonstrations, of civil unrest, and systemic racial inequality in our society that we are addressing. So there's many accomplishments. We could be here a long time if we really went through them all. I'll just summarize just a couple. We really focused on safety and health during the pandemic and recovery. We implemented things like a relief payment plan, interest-free and penalty-free payment options for businesses, including parking citations as well. We launched for the first time ever a $51 million rental assistance program where we're helping to pay rent, supporting both renters and landlords. We launched business programs under Long Beach Biz Care, helping them on free one-on-one in-person support. We suspended late charges to utility customers, suspended shut-offs of utilities to assist our customers. We did the Open Streets Initiative. We had 120 parklets in Long Beach restaurants and another 250 occasional event permits where businesses can use their parking lots or other structures in non-traditional use. We expanded services for people experiencing homelessness through Project Room Key, Project Home Key. We built our very first Atlantic Bridge housing community, 125-room, our first year-round shelter. At the airport, one of our tenants completed construction of the largest solar energy project in the airport's history. We got the airport health accreditation for commitment to passenger safety. We transitioned our library programs to online. We went to contactless pickup. We did free printing services. We distributed Chromebooks and MiFi devices. We developed a youth strategic plan to elevate youth and child development. At the same time, we focused on core services, repairing over 25,000 potholes, trimming trees, removing tree stumps, and replacing signs. And then we were also still recognized as a top 10 digital city for the 10th year in a row. I want to remind you, too, that during the year, we did some very significant investments in both our residents and our community through the CARES Act. We got $40 million and 6 months to spend it and really put it to good use. And we're able to show that we created a plan very quickly as a mayor and council. Staff implemented that. We passed every single audit of the funds and did a lot of good. I won't go through all of these, but you have them here on the slide. Everything from digital inclusion to Black health equity to children and families and diapers and supporting communities most in need, access to food, individuals experiencing homelessness with shelter, just a number of really amazing things. And so this council did approve the Recovery Act. We do believe we're the first big city that did that. It came together very quickly as an initial plan in focusing on economic recovery, health and safe community, and securing our city's future. I won't go through all the buckets because the mayor did that very well. I will say that it has temporarily solved the $30 million shortfall in the general fund. And just to give a sense of that, if we hadn't had those dollars, we'd be talking right now about some pretty significant reductions in the area of 145 different positions throughout our organization, because people are what who provide the services to our communities, and we would have to be having those discussions. We are still going to have some budget balancing discussions and options and look at that for the next year, and that there will be some service reductions, but we'll have a year to plan. And we really still are looking at some of the strategic investments as well, so that we have to look to the future over this next year to figure out how we're going to address some of those future challenges. And so the funding for the Recovery Act comes from federal, state, and county grants. It is actually up now, so we increased. It was originally a $235 million plan that the council acted on in March. It's up, it's $249 million. Since approved by the council, we've added a number of different areas. But at the same time, the biggest bucket of money, which is the money that we have the most discretion on from the federal government, actually went down. It went down about $17.9 million when we got our final allocation. So we did have to make some adjustments. We went through a methodology to essentially protect all the programs that the council approved. But programs under $300,000, those are real small. We did not take any reductions in those. Because any percent reduction there would be pretty impactful. From $300,000 to $2 million, we reduced those by 10%, and programs over $2 million, we reduced by 20%. So that we didn't take it all out of the programming, we were able to identify about $6.5 million in the reserves category that, due to financial projections, maybe did a little bit better, and we didn't need that $6.5 million as urgently. The Recovery Act, just so you know, is $249 million is larger than some of the entire budgets of some of our other cities. And so that does require a lot of management, a lot of staffing to make sure that we're doing it appropriately and spending it effectively. We are proposing a 3-year staffing and administration plan to be able to incorporate into each one of those funds. And we also have some reporting requirements to the federal government. And so to minimize audit issues, to keep the dollars as flexible as possible, we're using what's called the indirect funding option for ARPA. And so we're essentially attributing ARPA to revenue loss, which allows us to invest these dollars. But then we're also creating a very strict plan to be able to show that all of these programs line up with the original intent of the federal government. The Framework for Reconciliation is a big part of our budget. On August 11th, 2020, we adopted that plan. There's been a number of actions that have occurred, and we're going to be coming back in August with a larger report on the 1-year anniversary of that work. The Office of Equity has moved to the City Manager's office and has really been a liaison to all the different departments. We've increased capacity with 2 positions. We have equity champions in each department. We've implemented Racial Equity 101 trainings. And a real big part of our response to COVID this year was our Vaccine Equity and Outreach Subcommittee that worked with the community, providing vaccine opportunities in the hardest hit neighborhoods. The Recovery Act does support our racial reconciliation plan. We have in that plan youth academic programming at libraries. There's funding for youth life coaching and mentoring, expanding our Be Safe program for park activities at night, expanding our Long Beach Activating Safe Communities program that has been working in the Washington neighborhood and expanding that to others in high impact communities. Creating a re-entry pilot program to reintegrate services for people that are re-entering from incarceration, investing in economic empowerment zones, funding for community land trust research and investment, strong programs around digital inclusion for businesses and residents, a mental health crisis response pilot that's underway and under development, and our youth workforce development programs. Normally we have a long list of some of the new critical investments added. It's normally with one-time funds. Our one-time funds were less this year than they've been in the past, given the significant fiscal challenges. So it's a smaller list, but here they are. We're investing in a diversity, recruitment, mentorship, and partnership program in the police department, $220,000, which is structurally funded within the police budget for helping the workforce reflect our diverse community. We have a similar program in the fire department, $250,000 in one-times, which is continuing that program from last year. We invested $2.18 million in our requirements for elections and redistricting. Those are both charter amendments and have specific timelines and deadlines that need to be funded. And then we have a number of commitments from previous years that were planned many years ago to come due in this budget, one of which was our brand new Wrigley Greenbelt, which we got funding for, and it's now being implemented. And then we're launching a large new downtown park, and it'll be completed and open in 2022. And so that park needs both maintenance and programming. One of the areas for new investment is Measure US. That is a subsection of funding that went to voters and was recommended by the council to fund children and youth services, community health, and climate change. We're very happy to announce that the council gave us direction about a youth fund, and that's been created as part of the city council, or part of the budget, to invest in youth and youth services, informed by all of our strategic plans, reconciliation, and other planning efforts. And this is a brand new program. So I want to tell the council, we're just starting. We're listening to everything that we heard from you in the community, and we made a proposal, but we know this is going to get some adjustment anytime you adopt a new program like this. So we're very open to that. We're flexible to hear the ideas of the community and the council on that. And so the staff proposal is to create a youth fund in the amount of $918,000. That would include $200,000 of direct youth community-based grants where they can apply and get funding for the most important things in the community. A youth ambassador program where we're hiring youth and training them in our parks, continuing the model from CARES, and then as those youth move on to other opportunities, hiring more youth in their place and having a standard program that can help out in our parks and teach valuable skills as well to our youth. STEAM ecosystem programming. This is library services programming where we're focusing on science and technology and math and arts. Youth mental health programming, continuing the Long Beach Youth Summit every single year, and also funding to communicate all the facts that are happening with our youth, and data management, and looking at the plan and supporting that commission. We would fund $155,000 in community health. We have in the past created an older adult program that's been very important to the community. It's always been funded with some one-times or some dollars that were available. This would create actual structural support for the older adult program, and also support our staffing and our racial equity efforts. And then finally, climate. This is taking pieces of the climate adaptation and adaptation plan and $243,000 to invest in things like community-based organization grants for farms and community gardens and teaching gardens. We would have more fieldwork programs for youth and help to expand our neighborhood tree planting. We had a council item that asked about tree planting throughout the city and how can we enhance our resources, and this would help with that. And also creating an electric lawn equipment program. AQMD has one, and this would be helping supplement that for Long Beach people in need. Measure A continues to provide all the past restorations, public safety maintenance, and administrative support. We have $2.5 million to be able to keep the budget status quo. Engine 17 was funded in 21. It was set to not be funded in 22, and so this would continue that as per our philosophy this year to keep going for one more year through one-time dollars in Measure A. We have $2.2 million for our Neighborhood Safe Streets initiative in the police department. For a number of years, we've been planning that this year would be the year that Measure A would support our public safety radio replacement costs. So this is radio communication systems for police and fire that is antiquated and needs to be updated. Supporting community hospital for $1 million, and then $20.8 million for infrastructure, which also includes funding our police and fire academy renovations and other infrastructure, as well as a new $4.0 million or $4 million for ADA sidewalk compliance and curb requirements. We have a robust capital improvement plan that we're going to have a very specific section on. We'll come to you and deconstruct the CIP and talk about all the projects there. It's $470 million. The harbor is a big portion of that, but the next two biggest categories are utilities and mobility. And mobility is all of our street work, and that's $51.8 million for streets and sidewalks. The general fund is balanced with one-times, so it's a balanced budget, but there is a significant amount of one-time funding that we need to disclose. So it's not a structural solution there, and it will need to be addressed in FY23. So that structural shortfall in 22 for the next year, the original structural shortfall is $27 million for this year, and then $3 million in additional one-time costs, which is covered by the Recovery Act. And so while this isn't our normal strategy for addressing budgets, this was an amazing, incredible year, and reserves are there for a reason, and one-time dollars have come in to help us. And so that's really why we're recommending to do this for 1 year. And also, we know that this budget doesn't support everything. There are a number of things the council asked for, the community asked for, that were underfunded in our departments. We try to disclose the big items of that in the budget, including all the items that have come from the city council that have some funding or partial funding. Those are listed in an attachment with links to the 2 from 4s for easy reading. So what does our general fund fiscal outlook look like? In 22, we are balanced, but in 23, we have a $9 million surplus, but we have to carry over the shortfall from the previous year. That's $27 million. So it's a total of 36, which is a lot. That is a big number. 24 is another $11 million to solve, and 25 is another 9. So this also includes that we are expecting some recovery revenue over the next couple of years, but we do know that our revenues are just growing slower than our expenses, and that fact still remains. We do assume that we're going to win the Measure M litigation. It currently seems likely, given that Sacramento won their case. Otherwise, 23 would be about $9 million worth. And it's going to be a high priority in 22, beginning earlier to develop approaches to address that structural shortfall. So we've had a number of meetings already on the budget in March and April and July, and now we really turn to our community budget meetings, the BOC meetings. It's a proposed budget, and it's really in the council's hands. This is one of the most important things the council does every year is consider the manager's budget, look at mayor recommendations, and then listen to the community and make those tough decisions. There are many opportunities for community engagement. You can attend budget hearings, attend community budget meetings, attend BOC meetings. We have our Long Beach survey on funding priorities. And we're also, when we do the outreach, going to be working on the Long Beach strategic plan as well and engaging residents per the council's request to get additional input on our strategic plan. And so I will finish with saying that this is an amazing city. It's a city committed to moving onwards and upwards. We say that a lot here. A city of many accomplishments, a full-service city, a wide variety of amazing services. We address our challenges head on. We don't shirk from them. We have such committed, dedicated employees who have just done extraordinary work throughout the pandemic to address and recover. We have very strong leadership from our policymakers, our mayor and city council, and couldn't do this without the support and collaboration of our city auditor, our city attorney, our prosecutor, our city clerk, our civil service executive director, our harbor executive director, and our water general manager. And that concludes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go to, before I go to the council, I just want to also add that, like we say every year, that this is just the first of these hearings, so there will be opportunities throughout the entire budget process where there will be different departments, of course, that will come forward, and plenty of opportunities for questions of specific departments in the future if the council has those. I do have a motion and a second to receive and file for this hearing the report, but Councilman Sarah had mentioned that she wants to hear, I think there's 4 members of the public that had signed up, so let's hear the 4 members of the public, and then we will go to Councilwoman Sarah. And then I'll just read them up here. If these 4 members could please come forward in this order. I believe it says Jamile Ochoa, Karen Reside, Abraham Zavala, and Jordan Wynn. If those 4 folks could come forward, please. Jamile Ochoa, Karen Reside, Abraham Zavala, and Jordan Wynn.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and city manager and city staff. My name is Jamilette, and I am a community organizer with the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition. I want to start off by asking you a question for you to reflect on. Can we count on the city council to fund programs like the Long Beach Justice Fund that will give legal representation to loved ones that have been kidnapped out of their homes to be put into ICE vehicles? I'm here as part of the People's Budget Coalition. As a multicultural and multi-generational alliance, I am calling on Mayor Garcia and all 9 city council members and the city manager to, 1, adopt the People's Budget for fiscal year 2022, and structurally reform the city budget process to enable earlier and deeper participation for marginalized communities who are most impacted by budget decisions. You must make public comments accessible to the communities who deserve to be part of this process, but can't be here today because of their vulnerability to COVID-19. When is this coming back to City Council? We believe that Black Lives Matter and that our communities cannot wait any longer. As the devastating impacts of public health crisis meets the harms inflicted by systemic racism and decades of anti-immigrant attacks, the accumulation of injustices facing immigrant communities has reached a tipping point. The need for urgent action to sustain and expand universal representation is more important now than ever. Immigrants of color feel the double oppression that comes from over-policing, which you're giving way too much funding to, from both law enforcement and immigration enforcement. I am here today to demand that the city allocate $600,000 already promised from the Long Beach Justice Fund, $300K for the structural funding agreed upon last year, and $300K from the American Rescue Plan promised towards the Long Beach Justice Fund earlier this year. Our government is responsible for ensuring that everyone has equal access to the care that they need. This is the government's responsibility to use our tax dollars to protect the fundamental rights, health, and safety of everyone in our communities. Universal representation ensures that the representation in immigration system operates in a racially equitable way. By ensuring legal representation, it helps us dismantle the prison to deportation pipeline and advances racial justice. We must work towards spending less city funding on policing and more on communities. I'm gonna say that one more time. We must start working towards spending less funding on policing and more on our communities. Without a process to legal representation, immigrants are facing deportation and an already unjust system alone. Let's please remember that the budgets are moral documents. They must represent the priorities of our communities, needs, and
Ms.
values.
Jamilet, your time is up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Rayside. I'm here tonight with the Long Beach Gray Panthers, and we also are on the People's Budget Partnership Coalition. And I'm here tonight to address one of the last big isms that I had hoped to see more in the budget this year, and it's sadly lacking: ageism. And ageism, we're working on the younger part of that. We've done a lot of good things with the youth, but it seems like our older people don't exist. 155,000, and I assume that's for Bixby Knolls, which isn't even really acceptable as a senior center. So I'm here tonight to address some of the issues. 3 years ago, the city entered into the Livable Cities Initiative with AARP, which was to examine the impacts that our city had related to older adults. So far, we've done nothing for that. We also established the Healthy Aging Center at the Health Department, which has not been funded. And Cynthia Howell's done an amazing job with no money. And here we are scrambling as volunteers to try and find money for a plan that was not even done appropriately. It was based on a 10-year-old plan that doesn't include any input from baby boomers. And I have very different needs from someone that was the greatest generation. So the plan that we're using is way out of date. It's time we invest some money into the needs of our seniors. When I was young, my grandmother, I used to go visit her every weekend. She lived here, and she came to Long Beach because it was such a wonderful city for older adults. I can't say that today. You know, we have to fight to get transportation. They haven't brought the passport back. Long Beach Transit is not talking about bringing the passport back. The senior center, Mr. Mayor, when you came and visited it 2 years ago, you said the city should be doing better for its seniors. Every day I watch the staff try and scramble, And the 2 people that we lost during the pandemic haven't been replaced. So there's staff shortages, and they're trying desperately to do programming with no supplies. The Gray Panthers were lucky enough to get a couple of grants. So we've been trying to help buy decent furniture. The furniture's all falling apart. They replaced 2 floors and 2 spaces, but not the main spaces. So they still have gaps, they're broken, they're trip hazards for seniors. Right now, the senior center's not safe for the seniors to be in. For a city our size, we should have 10 senior centers. And they should be standalone senior centers. That's what the recommendations for Parks and Recreations Association. So we only have really 1 freestanding senior center, so we're way behind.
Good evening, council members. My name is Abraham Zavala. I'm with Long Beach Residents Empowered, who is also part of the Language Access Coalition, and our coalition is also part of the People's Budget Coalition as well. I want to begin by acknowledging the Leave It at 10 leaders who are watching right now online who couldn't be here to make public comment in person. And also my children, they're watching online as well right now, so I just want to say hi to that, or else when I get home, they're going to tell me something. All that to say, I think it's important to keep engaging telephonically, and know there are other ways of giving folks access. So I want to share the Language Access Coalition's budget demands that we feel would make an impact in Long Beach. Language is important, and I think oftentimes that can be a barrier for a lot of our folks in our different communities, right, to access government and other functions as well. So we want to uplift the following 3 items. First, we'd like to have the city dedicate adequate staff to implement the Language Access Program consistently throughout the city and create a culture of language justice in Long Beach. We feel that can best be achieved by hiring 2 full-time program coordinators at $200,000 and 1 full-time program assistant as well at $85,000 for a total of $285,000. Second, and bear with me, it's very specific, permanently move interpretation and translation services in-house to provide a faster and higher quality response to residents who need interpretation and translation. Provide Spanish and Khmer interpretation at all City Council and Charter Commission meetings without having to make a request in advance. That is so helpful for folks to come and make public comment whenever that's possible, so that would be something that would make an impact. So we're asking for 10 Spanish interpreters, 6 Khmer interpreters, 4 Tagalog interpreters, as city staff at an estimated of $140,000 per, to a total of $2,800,000. Third demand is to provide community-based organizations who work with LEP residents ongoing stipends to conduct outreach about the policy. Such organizations have a deep community relationship, trust, and cultural competency to do that kind of outreach, to effectively communicate with LEP residents about their rights specifically and how to access city services. For a total budget demand of $3,285,000. We feel that's fair given that oftentimes, even when you call in over the phone, folks sometimes don't get through to the departments they need to get through. So we feel this would make a huge impact. So thank you for your time.
Hello and thank you. My name is Jordan Nguyen. I'm a District 2 resident of the City of Long Beach. My theme for the city budget today is to move past symbolic actions and move towards permanent actions. Last year, thanks to the advocacy of the People's Budget Coalition, we saw many of the things that were reflected in the city's budget last year, and many of those pilots are continuing. We thank you for that. Last year, we also saw a decrease in the city's proposed police budget by $5 million. Tonight, we see an increase probably coming in within the fiscal budget itself, $15 million of increase coming our way. We need to move past symbolic measures and start dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly with the millions of dollars that go there into community resources instead. Not hundreds of thousands of dollars for our seniors, for our families, but millions. We need to start investing those real dollars. I'm here to present 3 specific items from the Housing Justice Coalition of Long Beach that are 3 budget priorities that build on some of the things that the People's Budget brought forth last year. One is a dedication to the Rental Housing Division. We're very grateful to the City Council for dedicating $1 million from the Long Beach Recovery Act for the creation of 3 temporary housing navigator positions. And we now call on the city to build on that commitment and fund the creation of a permanent, structurally funded and fully staffed rental housing division within development services. The rental housing division would be staffed by 1 division officer full-time, 2 planners full-time, 2 administrative analysts 3 assistant administrative analysts, 2 clerks, and 1 deputy city attorney. We've broken it down very granularly. And it is this kind of service that is very necessary to maintain the large housing stock that we have within our city. And as we continue to expand and grow as a wonderful city that we are, this is going to become a greater and greater need for us locally. Number 2 is tenant right to counsel. We are asking for $7 million of that. There was a pilot program launched last year dedicated $250 million one time in the fiscal year 2021 budget for right to counsel. The city further acknowledged the need for additional funding by allocating $900,000 to right to counsel for the Long Beach Recovery Act, which will be spent fully over the next 2 years. We really do appreciate that this dedication is coming out from the city, and we want the city to go further. We call on the city to fully fund this crucial program, which has only received partial funding thus far. Black and Indigenous people of color and tenants throughout the city are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, as we've seen, are still waiting on funding, and Long Beach needs a fully funded right to counsel program to prevent mass displacement. Finally, we call on the city to continue to invest in community land trusts, calling on $4,750,000 from the fiscal year 2022 budget to fund the remaining balance of our original budget ask. We're thankful for the original allocation of $1 million from the Long Beach Recovery Act, and once again, we ask the city to go further for our low-income Black, Indigenous, tenants of color who've been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen. Thank you for the public comments. We're going to go back to the council, and I'll start with Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I want to thank the members of the public for making their comments, and I also want to thank our amazing city staff, city manager, and the mayor's leadership for, in the past year, of navigating us through such a challenging time with the pandemic. So I know that that's been one of the things that's been mentioned earlier, how we've also been just impacted financially in so many ways, but also just want to lift up our amazing residents who have been there for each other and protected each other by providing mutual aid and assistance. While we are not yet out of the pandemic, I think that it's an amazing, you know, the way that our city staff and mayor as well is helping us lead into the recovery part, and grateful for the federal and state funding that's making it possible. You know, I just want to make sure to lift out, you know, of the $249 million of federal and state funds, that $108.5 million of it is specifically for our healthy and safe community, which is going into our community that's ranging from early childhood education and support to the physical and mental health equity to violence prevention and safe cities and homelessness. So I really want to make sure we lift that up, because a lot of money is being invested into our community, and particularly want to make sure to point out that $600,000 is going to the Justice Fund and $700,000 is going to the language access supporting. And language access is so important to me in ensuring that, you know, we're making sure, you know, we're able to communicate across various languages, as well as accessibility as well. But I just want to mention, of the $700 million for language access and $600,000 for the Justice Fund, it's the most we've ever funded in these two areas, as well as also $1.8 million into the digital inclusion. So many amazing things. I know it was a lot of information thrown at all of you, and we're hoping that as you know, this comes up over time and there's various opportunities for engagement, that there are opportunities for more digestion of the information shared and better and more dialogues that can be had in the community and with each other about it. So that's just what I wanted to make sure to provide to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Before I go to Councilwoman Mungo, I do want to just add to that, because I think she had mentioned two items that I had was chatting with someone earlier about. Just it's important to note that the Justice Fund is at $600,000 when you look at the full budget, which is the largest allocation it's had. And so that's something I strongly support, and I know that the community supports, and I think that we have seen those resources put to work, and how important they are to ensure legal protection for people that are incredibly vulnerable and that need our support as a community. In addition, I just want to say on the language access question that Councilman Sorrow brought up, Mr. Modica, will you also, we don't have to do it today, but I think there's also, I know that the $700,000 direct allocation is the largest direct allocation we've made, but I think that there's also resources within language access that is kind of split amongst departments or that you've put into other departments. So the actual number, I think, is a lot larger. Is that right?
Absolutely. It actually, in FY22, when you total up all the programs that we do for language access, it's $3.2 million. So we can break that out for you. There's the staffing in the city manager's office, about $323,000. We then have $250,000 to the Recovery Act budget. We then have our health department budget and our economic development budget. And then we also pay a number of city staff members to be bilingual, and that's about $1.8 million, $1.9 million, so that they're always available to the community. So I'd like to have one of our follow-up items be to break this down for you so that we can get a truer picture of language access.
Appreciate that, because I know I was chatting with someone from the Language Access Coalition, and I think there just needs to be they just want to kind of understand at least what's in the current budget and how it's broken up, and so that way I think it'd be helpful for the community and for the council to have a better understanding of how those resources are divided up in the city, so we can have a better idea of that. So, but thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow, for the bringing up those items. Let me go to Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. And I think that, and I don't want to speak for Councilmember Udenga, but a long time we've been fighting about language access and the movement forward. And I think that what has really come of it is not about an allocation. And I think that in many of my one-on-ones with community groups, we talk about it's not about an allocation. It's about a full integration into the city as a component of what we do, period. It's a part of what we do. And there isn't an amount that it is limited to or associated with. It's everything needs to be available in the languages. And specifically, we've talked about different departments have different needs and have different access to different communities and have more need or less need. And from year to year, those adjustments just need to be made so that people have access, period. So just to follow up on that. Page 12 of the presentation talks about rental assistance. It's my understanding that additional funds have become available July 1 through the state budget, but we had previously closed the window on the rental assistance funds. Do we plan to reopen it because of these new funds?
So we had extended our rental assistance program twice, and we incorporated those new funds into the third revision. So the $51 million includes the new money that we got as well, and that's now in the recovery plan. That's part of the reason it went up from 235 up into 249.
So do we believe we have applicants for that much funding?
We do. So when we assessed it over the weekend, we were looking at July 11th as the date. We had contemplated potentially extending it, but we did a big push on social media, on outreach, and we got enough applications to fulfill the whole $51 million. And we're currently, so we closed it, and we're going through the process with applicants to help them with all the paperwork that they need to file for federal and state reimbursement.
And when do we think that money will be operationalized and in the hands of the community?
Some of it's gone out already. I sent out an update, I think a week and a half ago. I can get you a new one. At that point, several $1 million had already gone out, and we have it's a big process to go through that, and we let checks out every single week when we get those applications done.
So we think 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
I don't have that answer right now. I don't know if Oscar or Christopher does. Christopher's got a better handle on it.
Councilmember, we expect about $2 million to go out the door this week.
Great.
And then we expect the amount of going out the door to increase each week over the coming 6 weeks. So in 6 to 8 weeks, we will have paid out a very large portion of the rental assistance.
Okay.
But then we'll be into the very difficult cases. So we have cases where one party or the other isn't cooperating, or there's a paperwork problem, or there's audit trail problem. So it's hard for me to say everything will be paid in 8 weeks. Most things will be paid in 8 weeks, but then when we get to the really difficult ones, it'll take us all the way until December 31st to pay out those more difficult cases.
Wonderful. Thank you for that information. I want to take a pause from my questions because I kind of move things around based on other comments of my colleagues. And I just want to thank the staff. I know not everybody spends the time the moment these books are released. My staff know they come to my house immediately, or I drive to City Hall and get them. I spent the weekend with these books, and I love what you've done with them. We've come a really long way. You've always been excellent, but the amount of work that you've put in this year, the different layouts that you've adopted, the more easy to read sections, For those of you who don't know, when people call my office and ask questions, I reference the book and I send them the PDF. And I think that this is more user-friendly. And so when I meet with community groups and we have questions, the quality of this book makes a difference, and I really think it's a reflection of the staff and the efforts and the training. I have to say my favorite part is that you have our fiscal policies in the beginning of the book. I think that's a really important reminder, and I really appreciate through the work that we did together for several years to get these right, that they're front and center for people to remember why we do what we do and why it's important to be with our revenue projections and how we handle each and every component of this book. So, and I think that that'll really help for years to come. So I want to thank the staff for all the work that went into this, and not just the budget staff. The budget staff that are in the city manager's office are critical and important, but there are also a lot of staff out in departments, and a lot of those staff are stretched really thin and taking multiple hats in their department at this time. And so I want to take an extra special moment to thank you. Filling out all the reports and requirements and projections that the city manager's office requests are not easy. I just look forward to seeing more details in the police budget about the lease costs of the radio. That just sounded like a high number for lease costs versus purchase price. I don't know a lot about it, so I don't know if we're front loading it and putting it in a reserve account, or maybe I can go into that at that presentation. And then I look forward to additional details on Measure US and what that's going to look like on the granular level when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, city staff, for the presentation. I was able to watch the budget reveal the other day, so I got a bit of a head start on some of this, and I'm sure most of the community has too. Just want to acknowledge the speakers who came forward. I think it's really good, and I don't remember if it was Jordan or someone who kind of articulated, last year's budget, then the recovery, the pieces that the community advocated for and have made it in. I think it's important. The community should be proud of those achievements, and the council should be proud of those achievements. These are significant investments that help shape the region. Other people pay attention to these impacts. Enough members of the council spoke to the Justice Fund and language access and things like that, but we know that there's always more to do, and we have a good organizing base in our community that will continue to push the city, and that's just the dynamics of inside, outside. And so we know that there's certainly much more to do. But I do want to say, context is important. This time last year, I think we were talking about relief efforts and sick days, and we were in a very, very different place. And to have a budget in front of us with no service cuts at a time when our service is already strained, I think is important. And it would not have been possible if it hadn't have been for the federal relief that we're fortunate to receive. The CARES Act, we didn't originally receive that. We were just shy of the $500,000. We had to go advocate to get resources. So the fact that we're in a place where we don't have cuts, I think that's important context, because we're not out of the clear. This is the very, very beginning of a recovery, but we are not out of the woods. Our revenues have not recovered. We're in a different place, and I think we need to understand that. Now, there are some good things that I'm proud of in this budget. Some new things, Measure US, and some of the recovery dollars. I think it's important that the reconciliation came up a lot, and I think that we need to make sure that we are keeping score and telling the story outwardly of the way the reconciliation shaped a lot of this. And, it was organized in a way there was immediate, midterm, long-term investments. And there's actually a really good story to tell on some of the immediate and the short-term and medium-term investments. And I want to see us tell that story a bit better. We launched the Office of Youth Development this year. That's important. We're investing in violence prevention. That's important. We didn't have staff for our violence prevention before. We adopted Measure US. That was called out in the reconciliation plan. The voters adopted it. That opens up the playbook, allows us to, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I think that opens up the playbook, allows some down payments on some really important things like the youth fund. There's policy things in front of us that some we've moved forward on that were called out. Inclusionary housing, the inclusive PLA, box checked. There are some things that still are outstanding. We know we need to do CPCC reform. We funded the study. We look forward to closing that out and putting that in front of the voters. You have Health Equity Center called out. There's an item this evening talking about the Health Equity Center. There's a big item was alternative clinical response model. That was big over the course of the past year. And we look forward to the update on where we are with the alternative clinical response model. That's important. The community's asked for that. And a whole host of other things that are really creative. People have advocated for a long time. I've advocated for some of these for a long time, like down payment assistance, economic empowerment zones, some of the economic inclusion work called out and everyone in. the Community Land Trust. These are really, really good ideas and strategies that have been funded, and I look forward to an update where we can look comprehensively at where we are. Now, in terms of Measure US, that really, I'm glad to see that here. Measure US opened up the playbook, and we're fortunate to the voters for making that happen. I'm glad to see the great majority of that, almost $1 million invested in youth. We need to make sure that we go back to particularly Invest in Youth Coalition has pushed for a youth fund for a very long time. We're going to have a community discussion, a youth town hall with them on August 5th to take a deeper dive and hear directly from youth about, now that this is possible and it's a reality, what do we need to consider? I think the investments in community health from Measure US, I think it's a great start. We've talked about investing in seniors and aging adults. The fact that we're going to have funding to dedicate now to that, to help build out that program, I think is good. And I think with climate, the goal was to have funding to leverage, to amplify the impact on accelerating our climate action adaptation plan. And what you see is an alignment that allows us to go out to groups like AQMD and others and multiply the impact on our climate resiliency programs. So we only get 5 minutes. I might queue up later, but we only get 5 minutes. But I think these are things that I think need to be discussed in this budget, and the things that, in general, as an implementation point, we need to be better at telling the story and communicating outwardly the good work that's happening within the city, and understand the delta of where we still need to push. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, and I want to follow up on Vice Mayor Richardson's comments regarding the discussions we're going to have in the future. On slide 27, you have a schedule there of hearings that are going to be coming up. And I know that 3 of those are going to be out in the community, and I'm encouraging the community to please come out to those public hearings so we can hear you and share your thoughts and ideas as to how we can build a better budget for the city of Long Beach, or build one at least that is strong and addresses all the needs that we have to as a city. I also want to make sure that we are inclusive in our budget hearings, that we have all 4 points of our city, east, west, north, and south, to make sure that there is an ample opportunity for people from all over the city to attend these hearings. One of the most important things that I think came up for me anyway, and I want to thank Councilmember Mungo and Councilmember Sauro, of course, our mayor, for bringing up the issues related to language access. Everybody knows that this has been a very important item for me in regards to communication, being able to talk to our people, to our residents from all languages and from all backgrounds, because we can't if we don't speak their language. And so that's very important, and I'm glad that City Manager, you brought up some issues there that are internal, that are actually built in to our language access program, such as bilingual staff. I can speak to it from a historical perspective. I used to be the bilingual language assessor for bilingual skill pay. So I know that there are city staff out there who are receiving the skill pay, but obviously it's not enough. We need a lot more, and we probably need to budget it more. So I'm looking forward to those discussions and those hearings when we come out throughout the city. Is there going to be a specific schedule in regards to what departments are going to be reviewed in these budget hearings as we move along? Like, for example, August 3rd, August 10th, and August 17th, which I think are the 3 that you have scheduled in the community before we get our first adoption date of August 24th. I'm especially interested in those departments that are non-city manager departments. I'm talking specifically about civil service department. I mean, they're the biggest department that does all our employment testing. They test for basically all jobs in the city, and that's where also the bilingual skill comes in with the civil service department in regards to testing that these individuals who apply for these skill jobs do in fact possess them. So is there going to be a release of a schedule of what departments are going to be coming to the city council, or let me rephrase that, to the budget hearings in the future?
Yeah, so we do have a proposal. We do this every year where we identify certain departments and then we get council feedback. And it's important that we get consensus. We have 23 departments and it's hard to do every single one and be efficient with your time. So we do want to get input from you on that. Rutu can go through what those are. We had originally planned on kind of focusing, since the changes are really in the Recovery Act, that we focus a lot of the presentations on those that are getting resources and programs in the Recovery Act. So Rutu?
Councilmember, we have a budget hearing next on August 3rd for the CIP presentation. Then on August 10th, we have the Health Department and the Police Department presenting. And then on August 17th, we have the Fire Department and Economic Development Department presenting. And then 2 weeks following that, or the following week, we have our first budget adoption night on August 24th.
Okay, this is a pretty aggressive schedule, so I'm guessing, Mayor, that we're trying to adopt our budget well before September 30th or the date that we actually have to.
No, I mean, the council always can adopt it whenever it would like up until that date. I think we also are the budget was also, I think, probably out probably about 2 weeks earlier than normal. So I think the staff is adjusting for that time. So I think normally we probably have this conversation like 2 weeks from now, or the first budget presentation. So I think it's just an adjustment for that. But we can, I think anytime the council wants to add a department to one of these sessions, I think we're able to just let Mr. Modica know, we'll add it.
Yeah, I did have a brief discussion with Mr. Modica today about a presentation, and since I'm making a request also to include another department, perhaps we could do it at that time as well, or be able to accommodate other department presentations at a hearing if we need to adjust the schedule a little bit by the August 24th, or move it back the August 24th to the 7th and the 7th to the 14th.
Yeah, and I know that I would connect definitely. I know that Councilmember Austin is not here, but I know that he's working on the schedule with staff as well. So definitely, why don't you connect with him as well, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for that great presentation to city staff, especially financial management. Thank you very much. I agree with all of the comments being said by my colleagues tonight. One of my top priorities as a councilwoman is public safety. I think it's crucial for our city, or our thriving city, to be the best and make sure that our residents feel as safe as possible, especially our youth. I feel that they need to feel protected. Our youth are usually seen as easy targets when they go alone to parks, or, to play basketball at the courts, or even just walking home from school. So I wanted to see what, if there was if we could look into maybe the feasibility of establishing a program that would consist of placing panic buttons throughout our parks, especially those that suffer the most violent crimes and are most at risk. I think that, if a child is in danger or feels harassed, that would be something really good to have, where they could press the alert or the panic button and they could receive immediate help. I know that they have such a program like that at Cal State University Long Beach, and would like to see what kind of feasibility that would be. On another note, I think that one of the things that I've been, like Councilmember Uranga and Councilmember Saro, champion on is language access. One of the things that I worry about is not having the best interpretation for our residents when they come up and speak. Sometimes the translation isn't as effective as it could be. So again, I would like to see a feasibility on what it would be to actually move the translation services in-house and actually be able to provide those individuals with trainings of all the wordings and terminology and words that we use during council meetings. That way, our residents that don't speak English can really get their true meaning across. And by having these kinds of interpretations or employees that serve as interpreters in-house might be the best way to go. So I know we've been working really hard to get the best interpretation that we can get, but I think it would be very beneficial to us to have those in-house. So I'd like to see us look into that. Let's see. And also, I'd like to see us maybe look into the feasibility of building like community centers in the hardest hit neighborhoods with violent crimes. I think that having programs that prevent violent crimes are super important. So I'm really looking forward to seeing something like that, to be able to bring community centers to those particular areas, I think would be more than beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and just add, Councilman, did you queue up again? No, okay. So thank you to the council for those comments. I'm sure there'll be obviously additional opportunities for the budget hearing that will continue on. I just want to just make a note of three other items, Mr. City Manager, that I know we can discuss in the weeks ahead. And these are things that have been mentioned to me by some council members, community. I want to just first highlight, I think, some of what Vice Mayor Richardson said around Measure US. I think one thing that you and I mentioned at the presentation that we did to the media and to the community, I think obviously staff put together a proposal for Measure US that is a lot of work from a lot of departments. I think we also recognize, and I certainly do, that it's the first year that Measure US is coming in, and this was a community effort, and so I expect that there will be some dialogue amongst the council and some strong thoughts about how that money should be spent in this first year, and so I think that staff should be ready to hear from council members and as far as how those dollars should be set aside. I think that broadly speaking, I think the proposal you guys have put together hits a lot of those major points, but I think there will be some dialogue around that, so I just want to note that for the staff. I also want to note that I have had some conversations about in our budget, there is a proposal to change kind of how we do a helicopter patrol within the police department. And I think that's something that's been discussed in the past. I know you sent out information to the council in a memo. I do think that deserves a broader discussion on this body this year as part of this budget cycle as well. I think most of us are first and foremost concerned about safety and ensuring that the helicopter system that we have in place is able to do the work they need to do, particularly across the city and in support to other jurisdictions and vice versa. So I'd like to ask staff to just be prepared to have that conversation in the weeks ahead. And then I also I'd like to ask staff about, there are resources in this budget for digital inclusion. And what I'm really excited about is today, there was this huge announcement. I mean, the governor signed I think a $7 billion digital inclusion bill, which dwarfs the enormous amount of money that we put in our digital inclusion, which is exciting. So I would just like, I think we said in the budget, did we put maybe $2 million for digital inclusion? 1.8?
Yes, 1.8.
Okay, so I support that. But what I'd like to know in the next couple of weeks also is how much, considering the author of the digital inclusion bill lives in Long Beach, and she's very committed to bringing those resources down here, I just want to see if there's an opportunity to, dramatically increase what we're actually going to spend on digital inclusion and ensure that the dollars that we put aside are if that's where they should be. And they likely should be. But I just want to make sure that we're looking at that digital inclusion pot of money that got signed by the governor today. And I think for those that hadn't heard, this is probably the biggest digital and broadband investment in the state of California to low-income communities and to communities that are underserved by broadband. So it's going to be substantial for us in Long Beach. So we are excited about that. And so with that, there is a motion and a second to continue the hearing to the next meeting and receive and file the information that was presented. So members, please cast your vote on that.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next up is hearing item 12, the second hearing of the day.
Report from financial management. Recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and modify the conditions to the existing entertainment permit without dancing issued to Lana's City Limits Cantina at 1174 East Worlow Road, District 7. And this item does require an oath.
Okay, thank you. Can we please go ahead and do the oath and then also the presentation? I believe it's a short presentation.
Please stand for those of you who are going to testify on the item. Do you and each of you do solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now impending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Sandy Singh Palmer will provide the staff presentation for this public hearing for financial management.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight you have before you an amendment of conditions to the existing entertainment without dancing permit for Lana Marie Lee, doing business as Lana City Limits Cantina, located at 1174 East Wardlow Road, operating as a restaurant with alcohol in Council District 7. All entertainment permits are subject to a 2-year department review process, and during the most recent review of the permit for Lana City Limits Cantina, some concerns were identified. To remedy these concerns and to bring the entertainment conditions up to date with what is normally proposed for entertainment permits today, staff is recommending the approval of the amended conditions as contained in the hearing packet. I, as well as the police department, stand ready to answer any questions council may have, and that concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I think that the review that the police department did on this establishment is very thorough, and I think the owner has agreed to all the conditions that were put there, especially and in addition to special conditions that were included there as well. So I ask for my colleagues to please support the motion.
All right, is there any public comment on number 12?
There's 2 members of the public, John Mayer and Ms. Oshida.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is John Meyer, and I'm here representing my sister-in-law, Eugenia Sanchez, who lives at 3320 Cerritos Avenue, which is adjacent to the back of the bar. We originally, in response to the public notice, we originally sent in a letter that outlined some of the disorderly activities that we associate with the establishment. And we had recommended or requested that you not move forward in granting this entertainment permit. Since then, we have read the staff report and the conditions of approval. We've also had an opportunity to speak with members of the District 7 field office and members of the business license staff, and they were very helpful, very responsive. We certainly applaud the action of the police department and the city staff in listening to the community and responding with the additional conditions of approval. We support and recognize that they have added conditions that deal with some of the issues in regards to when the trash is being taken out, the hours of the entertainment, as well as what's going on outside of the establishment. Therefore, with the additional conditions of approval, we think we're better off than not having the entertainment permit at all. We are not confident that, based on past and current practices, that the ownership of this establishment will be able to comply with these, even since the 30-day ABC action, nothing really has changed. One of the key components of our concern is how the primary business is defined. You heard tonight it's defined as a restaurant, and somewhere in the last 20 years, it has shifted from a restaurant to a bar. In looking at the city zoning ordinance, if the city were to define it as what it is, a bar, we don't believe there would be any grandfathering allowed, and they would have to go through a conditional use permit. The reason we have conditional use permits is so that you can see how a specific operation is being done at a specific location. If this establishment was in a commercial center or a community center, it may not have any problems, but it's currently located at the crossroads of a small neighborhood commercial center surrounded by a residential neighborhood. So I don't know what the appropriate action is to have that primary business definition looked at, but it certainly needs to be done. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Good evening. I am a resident. I live south of the previous person who just spoke. I live on Cerritos. Our families have endured urination in my garden, people being drunk, vomiting all over the place, feces, sex in the vehicle in front of my house, up and down the street, people, women being plummeted. You could hear the woman, you could hear the socks, the blows going into her body, and she's screaming, and everyone calling the police. Even Roxanne's across the street, we get all of their people parking into the street, blocking the driveway, blocking, acting silly. So no, it's not that I don't want her to have a business there. I hear the hamburgers are good. My problem is all the rest of it. Our families keep our block clean. We go out and we sweep, and we're not happy to have to pick up condoms. I don't want to have to pick up small alcoholic bottles in the front yard because people are drinking before they get to the bar, so they don't have to spend so much money by the time they get there. They already want to be drunk. And we actually live in a nice neighborhood, but the riffraff comes in from the bars, and we, the people on all the neighbors, have to come out and sweep and clean and call the police immediately so someone's not killed in the neighborhood. And we don't want to go through this. Sometimes the ballerinas are coming out. We have tiny children walking up and down when they have their little shows. And then you have the mixture of the flip of the bars at night. It's too much. It really is. I'm tired of being worried about drunkards going up and down my street. I really am. And I've raised children, and the neighbors are raising children. And singing and dancing and all of this other entertainment stuff prolongs their ability to cause discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the two speakers who came up today to share their thoughts. Staff, do we have conditions in place that address some of the concerns that were raised right now?
Councilmember, the new conditions that are recommended today do include conditions that would we believe go a long way towards addressing those concerns. And upon review by both the Department of Police and Financial Management, we believe this is a good step towards addressing the totality of the concerns that have been raised by the residents. The reasons that we believe that to be the case is this was previously an existing entertainment permit. We're not bringing anything new forward tonight except for additional conditions on activities already existing. And these conditions, because the permit was issued a number of years ago, were not present before. PD has met with the business and spoken with them about the new conditions, believes that they have been very receptive and responsive to those for going forward. And these are now in line with standards that we have learned over a number of years of what we think is appropriate for entertainment permits. And given the 2-year review had these concerns, this is a good time for us to apply those and then be able to ascertain that the business is able to operate appropriately within them.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second on this hearing. Mr. Younger? Okay. I think the motion's been read into the record. If there's no other council comment, we will go ahead and cast our votes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We're doing, before we do the next item, I just wanted to note that item 26 has been pulled from the agenda. That's item 26. Next up, we are going to take item 14.
Communication from City Attorney, recommendation to approve a third amendment to employment agreement with Thomas Modica to increase the city manager's current annual compensation by 5% and adopt a resolution amending the salary resolution citywide.
Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, thank you. And as pursuant to Government Code, the California Government Code, this would amend the contract with the city manager and provide a increase in his salary. On July 1st of 2021, pursuant to the terms of the employment agreement, the city manager received a 1.45 consumer price index increase, and the city is now proposing a 5% merit increase for an annual salary of $309,612 and an hourly rate of $148.34 per hour. That concludes my report. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. There is no public comment on this item. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 23.
Communication from Vice Mayor Richardson, Councilwoman Zendejas, Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to refer to the Government Personnel and Elections Committee to consider naming of the newly renovated North Health Facility, the Ronald R. Arias Health Equity Center, in recognition of the legacy, contributions, and service of former Long Beach Director of Health and Human Services, Ronald R. Arias.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just start by telling a little bit of history about the North Health Facility. This was a facility at Houghton Park. Not a great name, North Health Facility. Used to have a youth child development center in there. That closed years ago. The building was failing, not a lot of investment in the building. And so 2 years ago, we closed down the building, identified resources through grants and other sources to improve the facility. And it's a great opportunity to engage in placemaking. I believe in taking something that really didn't have an identity or not much of an identity and give it a location, give it a name, give it an identity that really reflects our community and becomes a place to be invested in and celebrated. We've done this with changing the North Library to the Michelle Obama Library, the Houghton Park Community Center, the Doris Topsy Elver Community Center. It really gives an identity and character to help inspire the community. So during that time, we had conversations about how we reimagine Houghton Park in general, from just being a collection of buildings to really a complex that really celebrates the people of our community and offers current services to that community. And so in response to many of these calls, a major $5 million investment was made into the Houghton Park into the North Health Facility. And the focus is really health equity. And within our framework for reconciliation plan, Goal 4, Strategy 1, one potential item is the need to invest in equitable health experiences and outcomes and exploring the creation of a community health center that connects existing programs and organizations as a network for holistic health approaches and patient navigation services. The Ronald R. Arias Health Equity Center will be that center. And so this new center will feature a youth workforce center that did not exist at Houghton Park in the past, that focuses on things like reentry. It will have a clinic focused on sexual health for the community. It'll have youth development programs, violence prevention programs, fatherhood initiative, a number of things that were not present at the park in the past. And this is going to be a transformative impact. And, you know, I met Ron. I think Ron is the appropriate person to name this facility after. I met Ron my first year as chief of staff for Councilman Steve Neal. And Ron came in. I remember the briefing. He already had a relationship with Councilman Neal. I don't know how long or how far back. But Ron came in. He brought in Lori Grushka, Shauna Stevens, who were his like right and left hand. And I hadn't known them, but they came in and said, hey, we want to talk about health equity in North Long Beach, community health. Initially, it started with healthy corner stores. We organized around healthy corner stores. That turned into the alcohol nuisance abatement ordinance and liquor store modernization program, transforming liquor stores into healthy markets. That ultimately developed into the Heal Zone initiative, initially $1 million investment from Kaiser Permanente into advancing health equity in North Long Beach. We created the Coalition for Healthy North Long Beach together. We did a lot. Ron's legacy was really community health, investing in local communities to spur transformational change, because a lot came out of that initial investment. And so Ron has contributed so much over his career to our city's public health and to health equity. And for that reason, I believe Ron embodies the character and legacy befitting of someone whose name belongs on a city building, particularly at Houghton Park in North Long Beach. And so with that, I submit to the City Council the proposal to name the North Health Facility the Ronald R. Arias Health Equity Center. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Uranga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That was an awesome presentation in terms of what you're doing out there. And of course, that facility has provided so much service in the North Long Beach area that is very much needed. Point of history, when I worked for the City of Long Beach, I was the administrative officer for the health department. So I used to go to that facility quite a bit to talk to employees and see the programs that were there. And the Black Health, the Black Infant Health Program was stationed out there. And so I would go out there a lot to talk to people and look at the kids. And the facility was in quite a bit of disrepair. And congratulations to you in getting the funding to make those very significant improvements. In regards to the naming of the Ronald R. Arias Health Equity Center, I think is very appropriate, since Ron was the executive director for many years. I think it was around 15, 20 years that he was director of the health department there, and was the main proponent for a lot of the programs that were there, a lot of the funding that came to the health department. For those of you out there who might not know, our health department is 95% grant funded. So there's very little actual city funds, so general fund money that goes into the health department for a lot of the programs that come out of there, whether it's in the facility center. There's a center also in Admiral Kidd Park, and one at Martin Luther King Park, MLK. So those facilities provide a lot of different services as we go into the community. But the naming of this facility here in Ronald's name, I think, is very appropriate in the sense that there's a lot of health programs that go out of that facility. And a brief resume on Ron is that he did have a lot to do with equity, a lot to do with employment for kids and youth, provided a lot of services in Long Beach in general, even before he became the director of the Health and Human Services Department. He was one of the founders of the La Raza Neighborhood Center, which then later became the UCC Center. He was very much involved in tobacco education when he worked for the was it the Cancer Society? I think it was. I forget the name leaves me right now, but a lot of what he's done has been involved with health, involved with assistance for the community, and working in neighborhoods that required a lot of help and a lot of assistance and a lot of grant funding, which he was able to bring, and he brought it through the health department. So I'm very happy and pleased and honored, actually, to be able to second this motion, and looking forward for it to go to the Government Personnel and Elections Committee for further consideration. And I'm sure that once they hear the complete background of Mr. Arias, there will be no question as to the appropriateness of naming this facility after such a wonderful person, a great man for Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Zendejas?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for recognizing the importance of naming such a fitting project, such a fitting, health center at your park by the name of Ronald Arias. I think he is so perfect for this. He's been a leader in our community for so many years, and I think that projects like this really give us an opportunity to honor our Long Beach leaders, and Mr. Arias has definitely been that for our city as a whole. So I thank you and congratulate you at the same time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Saro?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to express what a good call this is, Vice Mayor, for naming this, North facility to the Ron Arias Health Equity Center. Speaking of his youth work, that's actually the first time I met Ron was probably back in 2000, I want to say 8 or 9, when I was the executive director of My Girls in Action, me being a new ED and getting to know all of the various ways to work in partnership with the city. And here he was, the director of a department, inviting me and my staff at that time to come and meet with his staff, all of the department directors. And it was just really, I think, a demonstration of how much he is a champion for ensuring that he includes young people, as well as working in partnership truly with everyone. So I just want to, also thank Councilmember Uranga and Zendejas for signing on to this. And I think this is a great honor for him, and I think overall for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mungo?
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few words of support and just talk about that when Ron brought forward solutions, they weren't always the easiest solutions. He really thought about comprehensive ways to reach out and go into the community, out to council members, to find a way to make a long-term difference. And I think that naming something after him, because of the impact he made on the city, is a really great move. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Just before we go to public comment, just want to acknowledge this community letter. So I want to thank the public for this community letter organized by the steering committee, Honorable Stephen Neal, Susanna Edmond, Mario Gonzalez, Jessica Quintana, and Shauna Stevens, the steering committee, and a total of 25 leaders, including former city managers, community leaders, every elected official in the north, that represents the area surrounding this center, community members, and so I want to just acknowledge their support and thank you for sending that letter.
Thank you. I know we have Jessica Quintana who has a comment, and as she just comes up, I'm just going to say a few remarks. I think this is a very fitting tribute to someone that is really the father of the modern health department that we have here at the city of Long Beach, and also just a mentor to so many people across the city, including myself. I'm very grateful that Ron led this health department with the passion for the city that he did. Him and Phyllis are two of just the kindest, most generous people that we have, and I'm just very grateful to both of them for their service to our community. Ron Arias is not just really a legend in the health world to us here locally, but also for the Latino community. He is someone of significant contributions. He, as a young student and as an activist, was raising issues for the Chicano and Latino community as a young college student, as moving on as a health specialist, as an activist, ensuring that the city was meeting goals around equity when there weren't a lot of managers and folks in his in leading departments that were people of color and certainly Latinos at the time. And so I think Ron is very loved in our community amongst all people, and I'm really I think touched that the Vice Mayor, that you and the community in North Long Beach are active in getting this across the finish line. We also gave Ron the key to the city not that long ago, and well deserved for him and his family. And he's just a fantastic person. So I'm very, very happy to support this. And with that, Ms. Quintana.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Robert Garcia and City Council members. And this is just, I mean, on behalf of Centro Cha and our Board of Directors and the Latino community, we can't say enough about Ron. You know, definitely want to borrow that key to the city from him one day, but he's just been a champion in public health amongst so many other things. You know, upon his retirement, Ron never retired. He continued to stay active and diligent in the community, serving on the Miller Health Foundation. He serves on our Latino Cultural Advisory Committee. Ron is an advisor, you know, to all of our community organizations in the city. You know, he works diligently fundraising for the Rancho, for the Assistance League. Yes, and he started the Latin Managers Professional Organization because he does believe in education and really developing our young people to become in higher education and taking manager positions. So we're delighted. Thank you, Councilmember Richardson, for bringing this forward. Definitely, you know, the North Long Beach area needs support and needs health and human services in the area. They have high needs, you know, as well as other areas in the city of Long Beach. So thank you for having the opportunity to speak. And this is very, very, just, you know, we're all really excited for Ron and his family. And as you said, Mayor Garcia, they do a lot for the city. It should be the Ron and Phyllis Center, actually, because Phyllis is his pillar. She supports him so much. And so thank you so much. We truly appreciate this.
Thank you. And with that, we have a motion and a second. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 13, please.
Communication from Councilman Superna, recommendation to request city manager and city attorney to review other cities' policies and prepare an ordinance to enhance penalties for participating in or being a spectator at a street takeover event.
All right, Councilmember Superna.
Okay, thank you. On the evening of Friday, July 9th, dozens of cars and spectators took over the intersection of Stearns and Bellflower in the 4th Council District. Prior to the arrival of the Long Beach Police Department, participants of the street takeover event created hazardous environment for bystanders and nearby neighborhoods. This year, the cities of Anaheim and Santa Ana passed ordinances aimed at giving police more power to deal with the takeovers, including the ability to issue citations to spectators. Other California cities enacting similar ordinances include Ontario, San Diego, and San Jose. The three main goals of the Long Beach ordinance are: 1, provide police with all available tools to deal with these events; 2, ensure that Long Beach is not a target due to lenient or non-existent policy; and 3, take action before there is a serious injury or death from a street takeover. I have additional comments, but first I'd like to show a video of the Bellflower and Stearns event just 11 days ago. The position of the camera is at the northwest corner of the intersection. If you know the area, that's on the stern side of Wendy's facing the CVS corner. You'll see multiple cars doing donuts with spectators in the middle of the intersection. As LBPD arrives from the west on Stern Street, participants point lasers in their direction, and a firework is hurled in the direction of the responding units. Warning, this is violent, it's loud, and in my opinion, a disturbing video. So please roll the video now. You can see the lasers in the video. Those are pointed in the direction of the police officers arriving. You can see there, that's MVP burgers, and the lasers actually light up the interior of MVP. If there are employees working, they would have been subjected to that. You probably can't, there goes the firework hurled at the officers responding. And then the intersection clears, and those folks leaving there tore through the neighborhoods on residential streets, evading the police. And I know that action goes by pretty quickly, so we have, at the conclusion of the video, we have some stills from the video that we can probably get up there now. Okay, so if you saw that Chevy pickup going around in circles, what you probably didn't see is passengers actually sitting in the window, hanging out as that vehicle was doing donuts with other cars doing donuts in the same intersection. We can go to the next still. There you can see the blue streak is the laser from the spectators pointed at arriving police units. I think most of us know the danger of lasers because, first of all, for anyone working in the surrounding businesses or the spectators. So next, that's a green-colored laser, but you can see that the spectators in the middle of the intersection are using the laser in the direction of responding police officers. And the next one. There's a still of the firework being hurled in the direction of the arriving officers. And one ordinance I didn't mention, this was just brought to my attention by one of the readers of our weekly newsletter, is the city of Paramount. They call them sideshow events there. And that went into effect about 11 months ago. Drivers, large fines for racing and the cost of storing the impacted vehicle can be assessed toward the participants. Felony vandalism charges. It can cost up to $6,000 to repair the intersection. We know a little bit about that because of our Grand Prix and cleaning up the tire marks. So they can be held accountable for that. The new ordinance dictates that drivers can lose their cars for good, and spectators can have their cars impounded if they are parked illegally to block the intersection. And there was one part of the Anaheim ordinance that I found interesting, is that it includes private parking lots. I would like that included in ours, because the last thing we want to do is clear our public streets and then they show up in the shopping center parking lot. Finally, one last point, and that is the intersection of Bellflower and Stearns is directly under the flight path to main runway 30. The airliners pass over that intersection at an altitude of 300 feet. Using a laser in that area is a federal crime, and so I'd like us to look into that, if that can possibly be included in this. I did look at the federal statutes. It's 145 pages long, so I didn't include it in my presentation tonight. But that's one thing that is kind of unique to Long Beach, or at least that intersection there. But I'd like to see if we could possibly incorporate that. So those are my comments, and I appreciate colleagues' support on this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Mungo.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Supernaw for his work on this important item, and thank you for adding in private lots. We had a few incidents of this several months back. It is unfortunate that they have grown and moved around the city, and they do need to be addressed. They move from city to city and are really, really dangerous. So great work from you and your staff, and thank you for a well-written item and a great presentation. I'll be in support tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support this item. I happen to be very familiar with these takeovers as I represent the prosecuting agency that's handled a bunch of these cases in Orange County. And it is also a state crime to point a laser at a law enforcement officer. So it's not only a federal crime. So we can be a little bit more aggressive with that, because you're absolutely right. It's incredibly dangerous, not just to law enforcement, but to anyone that has a laser pointed in their eyes, and it can cause additional traffic fatalities, which are obviously very tragic for everyone, and just as violent as any other type of violent crime. So thank you for bringing this item, and I support it 100%.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you, Council Member Supernall, for bringing this item forward. And looking at that video, it just made me very angry. This is an important issue that has gotten significantly worse during the pandemic. It's important that we stop these events, which are happening all across the city. I heard from residents on Shoreline, on the ocean corridors, Pike parking, and the turnaround at Rainbow Harbor. And these events are happening in downtown as well. They're dangerous, they're disrespectful, and I think an ordinance and penalties are definitely needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Supernall, for bringing this forward. I think it's very important that we bring this forward right now, especially before there is loss of life. I think that is very important. And you were right. The first time that I saw the video, I did not see those passengers hanging out of the window. And when I did see that, it just made me cringe, because they're risking their life and the lives of others as well. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting this item.
All right, thank you. I'll offer my comments here. Thank you, Councilmember Supernall, for bringing this forward. We've had this issue in North Long Beach, particularly the Hamilton neighborhood. We've talked with staff about it, and I agree we need to look at solutions to address it. I agree that something needs to be done, and while I wholeheartedly support doing that, I have to say, when I looked at that video, what I saw was a bunch of teenagers and middle school kids. So I think this is like, we should go look at alternatives and look at strategies, but we should also be mindful of all the work we've done around My Brother's Keeper, alternatives, PATH. We have more tools in the toolbox, so when it comes back, I want to see it comprehensive. What we learned when we did the PATH program was a lot of times young people within a certain age, their first experience with the city is with law enforcement. And that can have positive effects and also have negative effects in terms of their development in time. So if a 14-year-old gets caught at one of these, I think there are, PATH program essentially gave them, hey, there are penalties for doing these things. However, we can connect you with this resource that the city has or that resource and bring them into one of our mentoring programs or something. But I think we need to just be comprehensive, particularly with young adults. So on this program, so I'm supportive. My residents know that, we're very, very clear. We shouldn't do it. We've done roundabouts in some of these intersections, and that's helped. I think we need to invest a little bit further in if we were to do a hotspot map, I'll tell you, you're gonna see a lot of those incidents in North Long Beach. You're gonna see them in a lot of different areas, but you may see some trends. You may see some trends that say, hey, a little bit of infrastructure investment here or there could help calm down what's happening in the neighborhood. So what I'm saying is both and. We should certainly look at penalties. We should also just be developmentally sensitive and appropriate when we deal with young people. This is my comments there. Councilmember Supernall?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that a little bit. First of all, this item was brought forth very quickly. If you can imagine, I got the phone call on this Friday night at 11 p.m. Did the research over the weekend, then my deadline was Monday at noon to get this thing agendized. So not a lot of time, but ironically, KFI Radio had a special on this topic on that Monday night. And one thing, and I think one of the reporters embedded with CHP, I believe, and up in the Valley. And one of the points they made was because I believe CHP or some other agency found an abandoned airstrip or something, say, hey guys, let's go out and do the donuts there. That wasn't the thrill. That is not what these kids wanted. The thrill was escaping the police. So I think where traditionally we might want to look at alternatives to this activity, I guess we always do, but you're really up against it on this one in terms of finding an alternative for this. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, thanks, Vice Mayor. I also want to add to your comments about, well, I'll say that, I do agree that a lot of these activities are dangerous, and, it's important that we do take steps to addressing it and looking at, it's common for a reason in the sense that, it's more than one parts of our city. And I wanted to also raise that, Atlanta had the same issue, and they ended up setting up a specific area and dates and where takeovers are actually allowed. Now, again, I think it's important to, if they're going to happen, right, is there a way that we could consider it being a legal space for them to do so? Obviously, there should be parameters, like maybe no, certain, but that's another alternative I want to add. So to consider as well, right? Because sometimes while, taking these approaches might seem like it work, it might not as well, right? It might end up being more common because it's adding to, so anyway, I don't know. I want to make sure we're open to all kinds of ideas. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mungo.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've had a really in detail conversation from a public safety standpoint of this, and maybe Councilwoman Price can add some context. But from what I understand, the individuals who partake in these, they go all over the region. And so putting them into our local programs, we have to have a way to refer them to local programs in their own community that have a better connectivity to who they are. And I don't know what that looks like long-term in terms of our influence on other cities and their programs and what we can do to encourage those. But I think that there has to be an enforcement component, and then there has to be a handoff, because like we've learned with homelessness, we can provide all those wraparound services, but if they're not in the areas where those individuals want to be, or they don't have a support system, they're really not going to provide the outcomes that are necessary, and they're going to recycle back into these programs. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Uranga.
Thank you. Great discussion. But, I'm sort of unclear. I'd like to have a definition of what a street takeover event is. Only because I don't want to see that there's an unintended consequence if there's a protest, cars just going through an intersection or going to a council member's house to protest something, and then it becomes something else. So, I think it's very important that we get a very clear indication, a clear handle on what is a street takeover event, so that we can impose, or some of these, I agree with Councilmember Richardson in regards to, we could get some alternatives for these kids, especially who are younger than 18 and curfew setting in. What are they doing out there? And of course, to Councilmember Sorrows about, creating a safe space for these people if they want to do such a thing. My district has also been affected by this event. I only see the evidence. I haven't seen it actually in live, or have anybody sent me any video of this kind of event. I only see the evidence of the donuts in the middle of the street in one of the larger intersections in my district. So I'm hoping that if and when staff comes back with this ordinance, that there will be a clear written definition as to what it is, so that it's not misinterpreted, so that other people who are, maybe cruising, or just, or like I said, going to a protest, or who are riding, following each other in a car, are not misinterpreted as to being, for this order to be applicable to that event. I don't know, am I clear on what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, Councilwoman Price.
Just put in a plug right now for an organization that's very close to my heart, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. They have a driver impact panel that now is used as a diversion option. So if someone gets a citation, instead of having to plead guilty and having a conviction on their record and having it have a lasting impact, as a diversion option, they can attend this driver impact course through MAD. And I sit on their advisory board. I'm very involved with MAD, and I have attended a couple of the driver impact panels. Most of the people that are ordered by the court to go to the panels are between the ages of 18 and 25. They're engaged in speed contests as well as the takeover efforts, which it's a very, very different thing than a protest. I mean, totally different definition, just with the number of cars that are required and the coordinated nature of them and the length of time that they take. And so those panels are designed for specifically young individuals who participate in these types of activities, and they have speakers on there who are mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters who've lost a loved one as a result of a traffic fatality, either related to speeding or reckless involvement in a takeover, so driving or car takeover. So I think that there are a lot of opportunities, both preventative opportunities, but also rehabilitative opportunities for those who are cited, to have an opportunity to get an education, see from the other side how their actions could impact someone else's life unintentionally, and perhaps that serves as a deterrent for the future. So I would love, and I know that our city prosecutor also serves on the MAD panel with me on the advisory council, so I will communicate with him as possibly that being an option that can be offered as diversion, as we're doing in Orange County as well.
Thank you. So we've heard preventative measures, infrastructure, penalties. We've heard alternatives. You heard a lot. Good discussion, a lot of good direction. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, there's one public comment. Adrena Redman.
Good evening. Audrina Redmond, resident of District 2, active member of Black Lives Matter Long Beach, and member of the People's Budget Coalition. I wanted to speak to this item for precisely the reason that Councilman Uranga brought forward, which was how the potential for how it could be used against people protesting and righteous protesting. I want to, now that I've heard comments from Uranga, Sorrow, Richardson, and even what Councilman Price said, I want to appreciate what you said, because it seems to me that there are laws in place, there are alternatives to policing, there are alternatives to criminalizing people. And it saddens me to no end that after all of the activities in this city and across our country and across the world last year, that the creative juices are not running in here among some of you. That your effort to address this issue goes immediately to the notion of policing and criminalizing, rather than recognizing that young people are young people, that people do risky things when they're young, and that there are long-term consequences for folks when they are criminalized early on in life. And so I want to thank the council members who raised those issues, and I want to encourage that the laws that are in place to address, what did you bring up, Councilman Supernall, the lasers. We are able to deal with that. If we're talking about traffic issues, we're able to deal with those already. We don't need new laws that punish people, and we don't need new laws that will have yet another excuse for the Long Beach Police Department to build its ranks and take away funding from needed other public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's have item number 15, please.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to request City Attorney to prepare an ordinance to revise the title of Human Relations Commission to the Long Beach Equity and Human Relations Commission.
I'll make the motion on this one. Staff report?
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. We'll have our this presentation made by Teresa Chandler, our Office of Equity, along with Katie Balderas, the Equity Officer. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, we were locating the clicker. All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Katie and I are here this evening to present the proposed amendments to the Human Relations Commission and to seek approval for the ordinance to be revised. The reconciliation report we presented to you last August included 4 main goals, the first of which is to end systemic racism in Long Beach in all local government and partner agencies through internal transformation. From there, Strategy 4 is focused on building robust organizational capacity to support anti-racist reform. And one of the action items included reevaluating the role and function of the city's Human Relations Commission as an institutional asset. Since then, the Commission has been going through a robust evaluation process to develop the proposed recommendations we are presenting to you this evening. January of this year, Council directed the City Manager to work with the Commission to not only change the name, but to also update and expand its mission and scope to align with the recommendations from the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initial Report. Here is a timeline of the process we've been engaging in since you provided this direction in January. In February, the Commission met to discuss Council's direction. The timeline process and formed an ad hoc committee who could dedicate some additional time to this effort outside regular monthly meetings. This ad hoc committee met with the City Attorney to best understand the parameters of the City Charter and role of advisory commissions. In March, the Office of Equity held a visioning session with community stakeholders to gather input around what the functions and role of a re-envisioned commission could entail. In April, the ad hoc committee reported back to the Commission on the visioning session themes and began discussing and forming recommendations, which the Commission voted on in May and circulated for review with the City Attorney and City Manager in June. We are excited to share these recommendations for your consideration this evening. The proposed amendments in the Long Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 2.44, cover 4 key areas related to the Human Relations Commission, including the name, purpose, functions, and membership. Katie will now walk through each of these areas.
Thank you, Teresa. So the Human Relations Commission proposed the revised name of the Equity and Human Relations Commission. There were multiple options being explored by the Commission members and community stakeholders, but ultimately they narrowed it down to a few options, and Equity and Human Relations Commission emerged. The name was selected to lead with equity first, while also acknowledging and uplifting the human impacts that we are seeking to achieve through our equity efforts. Next, I will walk through the 3 revised purposes of the Commission. The first is to make advisory policy recommendations to the City Council on equity, human relations, and social justice issues, including racial equity and reconciliation, also to serve as a forum for community discussion on equity and social justice policy issues, and to encourage input and participation from the groups most impacted by these issues. Second, the Commission proposes that they consider and recommend programs that foster a more equitable and socially just Long Beach at the individual, community, and systems level, and to evaluate and provide recommendations regarding such programs, information, and services relating to advancing matters of equity, human relations, and social justice in the City of Long Beach. Finally, the Commission seeks to cultivate and sustain equity, diversity, and inclusion in the City of Long Beach through accountability, measurable outcomes, and civilian oversight to provide accountability and transparency in government in the City of Long Beach. The Commission also recommended the following updated functions: to provide a public forum where matters of equity, human relations, and social justice may be presented, discussed, and evaluated for the purpose of submitting recommendations to the City Council. Recommend policies and programs to the City Council in matters affecting human relations, equity, and social justice issues, and recommend legislation for the implementation of such policies. Collaborate on project development with community groups, city commissions, and other related institutions, including but not limited to the Human Dignity Program to foster a more equitable and socially just Long Beach. Review and make recommendations on the equity action plans implemented pursuant to the city's framework for racial equity and reconciliation. Submit a report to the City Council biannually that details the status and progress on equity measures in the city and any other areas or topics related to equity, human relations, and social justice as directed by the City Council. Related to the membership of the Commission, the first recommendation is to expand the number of members from 13 to 15. The second recommendation is to ensure that the Commission is broadly representative of those persons and groups impacted by inequity at the individual, community, and systems level. And the third is that commissioners should possess experience, either personal, professional, or academic, experience related to equity, human relations, and social justice. And finally, that members must attend an implicit bias or anti-racism training upon being appointed to the Commission.
Tonight, we ask that City Council request the City Attorney to prepare an ordinance amending Long Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 2.44, to revise the title of the Commission as well as amend the purpose and duties of the Commission. If directed, between August and October, the City Attorney will work to draft the ordinance update, which could return to City Council. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I'll offer my comments here, then hear from the City Council, and we'll go to public comment. So first of all, thank you to the Human Relations Commission for taking up this charge. The City Council directed you to find a way to modernize and update your commission. The last update was 1989, the same time the CPCC was updated. As we're going through the process of updating the CPCC, it only made sense to update the Human Relations Commission to place a focus on equity. I think what you've presented, shows much more clarity in the mission and the focus, and thank you to staff for doing your job and facilitating this process. I even think the name, what you came up with, equity and human relation, I think that represents compromise and inclusion. I know there was a debate there, but that represents inclusion. So I think you've done your job, and I'm happy to support what you've put in front of me. There's one area, and I think it needs to be a little tighter in one area. It says, focus on the programming and all these other things. I would have loved to see systems or policy added in there too, because a part of this is really systems and policy. So that's just my only feedback there. But in general, I think you've done a great job, and those are my comments. Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And also, I just want to say thank you to the members of the commission and the support staff. That was a wonderful presentation. Also, a special thanks to the chair and vice chair, Alyssa and Amy. I am very grateful for your frequent communications, and so happy to have you both residents of the 2nd District. I wholeheartedly support the inclusion of equity, specifically in the title and mission of the Human Relations Commission, and support renaming the commission the Long Beach Equity and Human Relations Commission. I also support the recommendations to increase membership on the commission and also increase their scope of work. The commission can and should be empowered to serve as an advisory body, recommending solutions from and for the community. So I look forward to continue to work with you and all of the wonderful commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work.
Fantastic, thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I also want to add my thanks to Ms. Chandler and Ms. Balderas for the presentation and their work with the commission. I know I also want to thank our commissioners for their hard work and just going through such a process to ensuring that there is dialogue and conversation about what it means to be inclusive and to work toward equity. And so I think it's really important that we do consider how the commission is relevant to our times and the needs. So just want to thank all the hard work that was put into coming to this point, and with the renaming and the additional board members to the commission, which I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is. The first speaker is Amy Erickson, Chanel Smith, Melissa Morgan, and John Schultz. Can you please line up?
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. So nice to see you all inside here again. And to city staff, especially to Kelly Colopy, Tom Modica, and Charlie Parkin and your staffs for all the hard work that you've all done on this change to this ordinance. I am Amy Erickson. I'm a lifelong resident here in District 2, and I am coming to you as the Vice Chair of the hopefully soon to be renamed Equity and Human Relations Commission. I'm here to support Agenda Item 15, which is this recommendation to revise the title of the Human Relations Commission to the Equity and Human Relations Commission and to amend the purpose, functions, and membership of the HRC. I would also say to also fund $200,000 per year to support the work of the commission and those staff members that work diligently on all of their work and then have to find time to do this work. We want to see some dedicated staff time so that they don't have to work 5 times harder than most other folks. As the City of Long Beach engages in efforts to institutionalize equity and infuse an equity lens throughout this process, we want to move that through its practices, policies, and decision-making, and it is critical that an independent citizen commission has the ability to advise City Council on matters of equity and social justice and be on hand to provide accountability and thought partnership throughout the process. Just as you said, Vice Mayor, I think policy is most important in the work that we're doing. This is something I know we've been able to do in past years as we present and comment in council, but with this change in ordinance, we will ensure that this work continues into the future. On that note, we are hoping that not only will you support this ordinance tonight, but that you will look at the items that were recommended through the process from community, commissioners, and staff. One important piece is that we also need to staff this important work, but as Chair Cedeno stated in the KCOD presentation, all commissions want the community to come out and share their needs so each commission can help. We meet on the first Wednesday of each month and would like to make sure that any of the community here come out to our meetings and be a part of it. Another recommendation we have is about commissions. What we found through our work is that this is not the only commission we need to look at. A women's commission is desperately needed in this town to look at the work of what we can do to uphold these people. It's critically important, especially when we're thinking about naming buildings and naming bridges. It's important to think about women in that as well. I wanted to also share that some of the work that we also need to be doing is around ensuring that this work goes on. So we are going to be coming back to you to talk to you about how we can make this a charter commission. We know that you all uphold the values that we hold dear at this commission, but we don't know that that the people that come after you will as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Chanel Smith. I'm a resident of District 3 and the District D appointee to the Human Relations Commission. I want to thank Council for your recognition of all of the hard work that went into this new name and the new purposes, and to the staff, Teresa and Katie, for the amazing work that they did in helping us through this process. I won't take up too much time. I think that Commissioner Erickson said it perfectly. Vice Mayor, I appreciate your comments on how this is really a systemic issue and how this commission needs to start looking at systems, which is why we want to have the revised duties that the Equity and Human Relations Commission are asking for, and also while we'll be coming back to you guys to discuss this becoming a chartered commission. I want to second Commissioner Erickson's comments regarding the $200,000 ask that is not a part of today's mission or today's motion, but will be coming back. It's really important that we have staff to support this and that we recognize that we're not asking to reinvent the wheel. As the Human Relations Commission moves into the city manager's office, the staff that we currently have is not going to follow us, and so we want to make sure that we have that continued staff support. So thank you all for your time and for the acknowledgement of the need for this commission to change its work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, well, good morning, or no, oh my God, evening, long day.
I did that earlier.
Pandemic life, Blur's Day, every day is Blur's Day. Hello, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. I'm Alyssa Morgan, speaking tonight on behalf of Long Beach Forward, where I am privileged to work and learn and grow. We support this important step to provide some citizen-led oversight and advisement and accountability regarding the city's equity-driven efforts. And we support amending the commission's purpose, functions, and membership in line with recommendations from the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initial Report. We also support $200,000 of funding for staff support. You may not know, but once upon a time, I staffed the Human Relations Commission when I worked in the same office as our city manager here, and I was in the city manager's office. Back then, maybe you could imagine, the Human Relations Commission was a little bit poo-pooed, for lack of a better word. It wasn't really lifted up or valued. There was not budget. Staff support that I was able to give was very minimal, and so that commitment just wasn't there. So this is very encouraging to see this effort being made and this support from staff and hopefully from you all as council in really making this change. I had the honor to independently, outside of my 9 to 5 or 9 to 8, or depending how late this goes tonight, my full-time job, to participate in the March 24th community stakeholder visiting session. There were about 35 passionate community members and 10 staff, I believe. And it was an amazing experience. Folks shared very frankly how much they care about human relations, some great tips on how commissions could function. So I definitely encourage you to read the report that is added here in the materials. And I wanted to tell all of you council members that some people in the community have a perception and concern that you all don't necessarily embrace equity to its fullest, and that there may be staff who do not embrace equity to its fullest, and that there's work to be done there. We're really looking for actions beyond words, as well as funding and budget and change in system and policy. So the community was very clear that they're looking for your leadership to really show how deeply you embrace equity, diversity, and inclusion. Something I was reminded in the process is that the Human Relations Commission was started and then restarted again in response to police brutality. And back then there was an article about 30 years ago where a person who was involved said, "We really hope this commission gets some teeth this time." So we're asking you for some teeth. Please support this item. Please support deeper equity. Regardless of race, sexual orientation, our age, or immigration status, it's vital that we see diversity, equity, and inclusion prioritized in our government. We're waiting for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Rex Richardson, council people, city staff. I see the equity team over there. I see fellow commissioner here. My name is John Schultz, and I'm a 20-year resident of the 5th District. Today I speak to you as a member of the Human Relations Commission. I'm the newest member, and really I've only seen these people on Zoom, and you guys all look better in person. Briefly, I ask you for your support of agenda item 15, up on the screen. The logistics call for a name change, some additional commissioners. It's likely to pass in a moment. So today I'm going to advocate and encourage the city manager, the mayor, and the council to help find the funds requested in this item. It's a relatively small amount, and we do have some federal one-times to look at, especially any of those funds that require an eye on equity. We have a huge task of reconciliation ahead of us. Help us help you in the policies, logistics, and implementation of equity and everything that word means to our city. That's all I got. Thank you for your time. Stay healthy.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for your participation here, and good luck to the new EHRC. And members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's take item number 27 now.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive a presentation on the proposed Long Beach Safety Recovery Plan, provide input and policy direction, and approve the plan to address the public safety impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, utilizing available federal relief funding, and to allocate fiscal year 2021 the expenditure of up to $5 million to implement the proposed plan citywide.
Thank you. Let's hear the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, members of the council. We heard very clearly from this council earlier this year that we are expecting to dedicate additional resources towards what we call our safety recovery plan. We have that plan ready and in front of you tonight as a proposed plan for your consideration. Assistant City Manager Linda Tatum will take us through the presentation and the different buckets. And it's important to remember that while we're proposing some additional safety resources, that's coupled with what's in the Recovery Act already, which was really focused heavily on longer-term violence prevention. So we're going to cover that as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Linda to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Tom. We'll get started, and we'll try to keep this fairly brief. As all of you are aware, since the start of the pandemic back in 20, like many other cities, the city of Long Beach has had a significant increase in violent crime, especially crime around gun violence. This is a national issue, not just a local Long Beach issue, and it stems from economic distress, unemployment, and societal stresses due to the pandemic. Gun sales have increased nationally. They're up nationally. Long Beach Police Department firearm seizures are up, as well as firearms assaults in Long Beach. They are up 60% compared to 2020. In a call to action last month, the City Council requested that the City Manager work with our police department to develop a plan to address these increased levels of violent crime. The police department began their work in 2020, and they focused on a number of strategies to reduce violent crime. And I'll just highlight those here. They are neighborhoods and partnerships with community-based nonprofits, organizations in the community. They are very focused on data-driven approaches to allocating their overtime and resources to address crime. They're also, they rolled out this year a pilot program on a community or a coordinated response team, and they are committed to the implementation of policies, procedures, and through the implementation of the Office of Constitutional Policing, which is a new component of the police department. The city manager worked with the police department and is proposing this safety recovery plan that includes investments in additional policing measures and additional violence prevention work that was approved through the Long Beach Recovery Act that was approved by the council earlier this year. This plan allocates $5 million in one-time general fund dollars, and these programs are led essentially by city staff, but they really do rely on those community partnerships with nonprofits and community organizations to implement specific components of these plans. So the funding will go not only to the city staff, but also to some of those organizations that will be assisting city staff in these efforts. This investment includes, as I said before, $5 million for violence prevention, and that is in addition to the $3.6 million that the City Council approved through the Long Beach Recovery Act program earlier this year. And when you combine the $5 million with the $3.6 million, that's a total of $8.63 million that will be focused in our community to address violent crime, but also importantly, it will address violence prevention. And again, I will note that that funding goes to not just the city staff and the various programs, but it will it includes components that rely upon funding for community-based organizations as partners in these efforts. I'll walk you through some of the programs. These are all highlighted in the staff report, but I'd like to just talk about these. And these are the new or continued programs that are proposed in the community, in the safety recovery plan. The first of these is the coordinated response team. And this is funding both sworn and non-sworn PD staff. They will investigate firearm incidents using crime analysis and intelligence techniques, and that's a $1.7 million. There's also what we call calls for service. That's fundamentally enhancing base staffing levels in the police department. This program supports reductions that occurred from last year's budget reductions in the police department. And it essentially is designed to maintain existing beat and deployment levels among the officers in the police department. And the focus here is to maintain response time so that they do not degrade from last year's response time. This is really critical to instill public trust and confidence in making sure that there is a public safety response as crime increases. There's also the Neighborhood Walks program. This is a new pilot program that started in 2021 with the objective of increasing outreach and community engagement with residents, businesses, and community-based organizations. It's the police officers actually walking in the community and engaging in direct engagement with residents and businesses. There's also the Neighborhood Safe Streets initiatives. This is very similar to the Neighborhood Walks program, where the officers are on bicycles, and it gives them a lot more flexibility to make direct contacts. However, the focus on the bike program is it's focused on the city's entertainment districts, the waterfront, and the tourist areas, and other areas that have been impacted by crime. We also have, as a part of this program, a program that's called the Active Bystander for Law Enforcement, or the acronym is ABLE. It's, this funding is a match of a federal grant that the police department has received to support this pilot program. It's an initiative that aims to prevent officer misconduct, police mistakes, and to promote general officer health and wellness. We also have the Entertainment and Business District program. This likewise will support staffing levels and respond to the increased calls for service in the city's entertainment districts and in the business districts. This will address an increase in some of the kinds of activities that have been occurring in those areas, such as fights, vandalism, and other disorderly conduct by individuals, including individuals that are unhoused. The next program is the Community Youth Engagement. This includes city team working with community-based organizations, and again, funding those collaborations with those community-based organizations. And it really is a very, it's a rich program where the city teams, they coordinate with to offer programs such as midnight basketball, playground partners, and what they call summer night type programs in partnership with those local community-based organizations. And this program, the funding covers officers' overtime pay to participate in these programs, like the bicycle program and the community, the walks program. These programs are really all about relationship building by allowing the police officers to interact directly with residents. And this program, the last program, is the gun buyback program. And this was a council-directed program last month that council approved, and this will involve a buyback event that's coordinated by police department. And I'd like to transition and briefly cover the other programs that are really aimed at the upstream to violence, to prevent violence before it occurs. So I'll briefly walk through these programs. The first of these is the Be Safe program. This program has been offered for the last 5 years by the city's Parks and Recreation Department. And the funding that's proposed here would expand this program and offer activities for children, teens, and adults to enjoy summer evening hours and at additional locations than they already are being provided, both in Central, West, and North Long Beach. The next program is the Safe Passage program. This is likewise a violence interruption program, and this program is implemented by the Health Department, and it likewise expands upon a program that's already in progress. It provides safety to our residents or youth from gang-related crimes against youth and families, and it's really focused on the hot spots that have been identified in the community to offer safe passage for youth in the community. And the other program is the Office of Youth Development. This is a summer neighborhood engagement program. It offers youths training in civics, leadership development, in partnership, again, with local community-based organizations who would receive funding from the city to participate in these programs. And one of the other particular efforts of this program is to foster community or neighborhood pride in the youth in areas such as the Washington Street neighborhood, as well as additional neighborhoods in North and West Long Beach. Okay. Another program is it's called the Increasing Funding to Current Building Youth Social Capital Grantees. Again, this is a partnership with some of our community-based organizations. This program is already it's currently existing. It would increase funding to the 8 organizations in partnership with the city's health department currently. This funding will expand youth engagement opportunity in these existing work programs. We also have the Teen Center Enhancement Program. Fundamentally, this program expands existing normal operating hours for 16 centers in the community, and it expands those hours from 4 to 6 hours per day. It also allows enhanced, enriched programming at these 10 teen centers for Long Beach youth. And we also have it's called Career Exploration, Exploring Space Beach. This funding is a variety of work-based learning activities that raise awareness of careers and academic opportunities in space technology and engineering with our local emerging space tech partners. That they include Virgin Orbit, Relativity, and other new space technology firms that have located here in Long Beach. Okay, I'd like to really briefly summarize the remaining programs that are part of their safety recovery plan. And these are programs, again, that were previously funded by the council-approved Long Beach Recovery Act. And there are 6 programs here. The first is youth academic programs. This funding goes to the city library to expand library services and programs for teens. The youth life coaching and mentoring. This program by the health department would establish a life coaching network and mentoring for youth in impacted areas of the city. The youth health and safety programming. This is a collaboration of both the health department, the police department, Parks and Rec, as well as community-based organizations. And this is a very robust variety of programs. These activities occur in city parks at night. They include midnight basketball. These are examples because it's a pretty robust variety of programs. Midnight basketball, job readiness, life skills, family and teen enrichment and wellness classes, and summer lunch programs, just to name a few. So again, a very robust program that it requires a partnership between multiple city departments as well as our community-based organizations. And then we have the Be Safe program. I talked about that program earlier. This funding through the LBRA enriched that program, which is already in operation, and this expands that program to give it a higher impact in some of the city's communities that are impacted by violence. It provides access not just to the youth, but also provides family supportive services. We also have the Reentry Pilot Program. This program is to provide services, reentry support for individuals coming out of an incarceration setting. It actually integrates and provides support for mental health services, employment, and other supportive services for these individuals that are reintegrating into our community. Then we have a mental health crisis, a response pilot. This funding provides a community responder team that provides responses to calls for service that do not require a police response. These responders, these calls are typically the lower risk calls related to mental health, addiction, and they do provide collaboration with the city's homeless response teams. So that's a summary of the programs, both those that are proposed as a part of the program. And lastly, I'd just like to acknowledge that like the city's CARES Act program that was implemented last year and closed out this year. This program incorporates strategies from the city's equity toolkit, and the proposed safety programs will be designed and reviewed through an equity lens to ensure that they reach the city's hardest hit communities and those areas that have been most impacted by COVID. The fiscal impact, this authorization is requested for this current fiscal year for up to $5 million in general fund. These costs are anticipated to be covered, as we discussed earlier, under the city's approved Long Beach Recovery Act funds. And these funds are currently set aside to cover budget shortfalls and to replenish the reserves for FY 21 and 22. And lastly, all of these funds are one-time requests and they do not involve any structural enhancements. In closing, I'd like to conclude with the recommendation that the City Council consider the proposed plan, provide input and policy direction, and also improve the plan and its priorities to address public safety impacts that the city is experiencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the final recommendation is to authorize the city manager to allocate in this current fiscal year 21 the expenditure of up to $5 million in general fund group to implement this proposed safety recovery plan. That concludes the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Linda, for that presentation. I know we have a number of people who've been waiting for public comment. We're going to go to public comment first on this item. Madam Clerk.
Will the first 5 speakers line up when I call your name? Robert Castillo, Manuela Almaguer, Kenny Green, Alfredo Gomez, and David McGill Soriano.
Thank you, council members. My name is Robert Castillo. I am the program manager for our workforce department at Central Community Hispanic Association, also more popularly known as CHA. I specifically work with the reentry population at Central CHA. I work with a program that's funded by the Board of State of Corrections community. We help individuals that are returning from prison back to their communities. I also oversee the staff that works with some funding from the Department of Labor. They work with youth that are that have been their justice involved, and so that's what I do there at Central CHA. I think that we do a very good job there. I want to believe that a lot of our success has to do with because we're culturally relevant. Some of my past experiences in my journey have helped me to help others. But besides just my life experience and things that I've gone through in my life, I also have an education. I have 2 master's degrees. I studied at, or earned them, my master's degrees at Azusa Pacific. I have 1 in theology. I also have a master's degree in psychology. So, I look the way I look, but I consider myself a very educated person, and it has allowed me to just be real effective in working with the population that I work with.
Mr. Castillo, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council members of Long Beach. My name is Manuela Almaguer. I'm a constituent of the 6th District. I've been a Long Beach resident for all my life. I am a product of the educational system here. I attended Woodrow Wilson High School as well as Cal State Long Beach. And most importantly, in talking about identity, I am an older sister to 4 siblings and also the main breadwinner in my mixed immigration household. I remember being the age of 16, excited to start my paid internship program at Centro CHA. It was an opportunity to develop my workforce skills, but also more importantly, to put food on the table for my family. 7 years later, I've been given the privilege to work for the organization that has helped me navigate the educational system and also shaped me into the person I am today. Working there, many of the participants I serve either have faced worse situations than I have. Many of their challenges are brought up by gang violence, the justice system, poverty, and since the pandemic have also been dealing with mental health issues and homelessness. So it's important for the city to fund existing community organizations where the change will happen and continue to positively impact the lives of our community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Kenny Green. I also work at Central Chaw. Prior to me working at Central Chaw, I had 25 years experience working with gang intervention and working with the disenfranchised. And that taught me a lot about how much that population have really dictates the quality of life in our communities. You know, as I look at the $5 million proposal, you know, I hear, you know, it's law enforcement working with CBOs, but when you look at it, it's the $5 million is 85% law enforcement, 5% CBOs, and that's really misleading because, you know, we have CBOs like Central Chaw, where I work for, has a track record of public safety. They have a track record of dealing with the justice-impacted folks and getting those violent people, those people are in and out of the penitentiaries and it's a menace in our society, to heal them so our community can heal and thrive. So we need to look at, and I heard the second part, there is a little bit of money in reentry. But again, you know, it's not enough money, and if we're gonna be community partners, you know, I think that the funding should, you know, be a little more equal, because everybody that's into, you know, the work that we do, we have a track record of public safety, you know. So I know my time's up, but thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alfredo Gomez. I'm a long life resident at West Long Beach. Just as some of my colleagues were saying, I'm from Centro Chaw as well. I started off as a youth. I was referred by the department of the department where I was referred to there by the Department of Probation as a youth, and as a product of that, I actually gained a lot of knowledge and information to where I didn't know how to go about my life. I actually gained the knowledge to gain a job, to gain employment, a career. I didn't know how to hold a hammer when I was a teenager. I wasn't taught that. This place actually gave me somewhere to be instead of being out in the street and causing havoc. This place gave me a license. They gave me a refinery safety overview, which I landed my first job at the refinery, and I was able to provide for my family, opposed to being out in the street. So community-based organizations like this need to see more of the funding to make sure that this product doesn't go to waste and it actually becomes a servant of the society. And I'm just trying to give back.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Hey, y'all, this is David. I live in the Washington neighborhood. And honestly, I wish I didn't have to be here. I wish I was watching the NBA Finals with the Bucks and Suns. The Bucks just took that. Yeah, unfortunately. But this is not it. What I'm looking at this budget, we're not investing enough into our local youth. We're not investing enough into violence prevention, what really works. I'm a Washington neighborhood youth. I'm a Washington neighborhood emerging adult. Our youth are crying for help. Our young men specifically are crying for help in that neighborhood. And we need to actually start supporting the neighborhood walks program that's getting a lot of funding. And since that has been implemented, there's been so much crime since then. Rafael, 22, was killed while he was sitting in his car right there on 15th and Cedar, seatbelt still on. Movies in the park, Seaside Park, while they're watching a movie, Ride of the Last Dragon, there's a shooting, Anaheim and Cedar, and the families have to watch a movie with the helicopter going around Seaside Park with their lights beaming, can't even hear the movie anymore. These families deal with violence day to day. If you would just live in this neighborhood, like Washington neighborhood and others, just for a night, you actually see where it's at. And we need to start solving the problems in our community because we're not. We need to start bringing solutions into our most hit areas in an equitable manner. We need to start listening up to our youth and asking them what they most want, not just telling them what they need, and start investing in violence prevention in our youth and putting these funds into our youth so they can be empowered and lead us forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 speakers, Abraham Zavala, Franklin Sims, Jordan Wynn, Jesse Johnson Jr., and Leonard Adams Jr. Please line up. Abraham Zavala, Franklin Sims, Jordan Wynn, Jesse Johnson Jr., and Leonard Adams Jr. Is Abraham here?
Okay, Jordan, you're up.
All right. Just checking around, yeah. Thank you, Jordan Wynn, 2nd District. I am deeply moved by the testimony that has been given so far, as I hope you are as well. Diversion and reentry programs change lives. Investing in our youth substantially changes lives. And it breaks my heart when I see these presentations and I see easily $2-3 million thrown to police infrastructure. And I see $60,000, $35,000 to youth programs and prevention. It's not fair. That's not how we should be investing. Especially after a year, I'm not convinced that the police needs this money. You're telling me that crimes involving firearms have increased 60% compared to last year, 2020, a year when almost all people, everyone stayed constantly isolated inside their homes. That doesn't surprise me. Crime is still down compared to where we were 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, even 3 years ago. And we can't use that as a justification to go back on our promise to commit to our communities. When we're thinking about crime intervention, when we're thinking about prevention, that's where we have to jump in. We're not jumping in afterwards. In fact, the police in Long Beach does not have a good track record after the fact when it comes to crimes. 3 in 5 violent crimes in Long Beach remain unsolved. We think of Fred Taft, say his name, Fred Taft, whose murder by hate crime still remains unsolved, and so many more families that do not get justice. Even more shocking, in 2020, only 9.1% of all property crimes were cleared. That Martin Luther King Jr. statue desecration, there's an over 90% chance that that won't be cleared at all. We need to invest in our communities and stop investing in things that don't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jesse Johnson. I'm the founder of the 100 Black Men of Long Beach, as well as the past advisory board member of Midnight Basketball. I want to commend City Council and the Chief of Police for assisting us with a successful program we had in the past. Midnight Basketball basically is a program where we assist at-risk youth by providing meaningful workshops to empower them and then let them play basketball close to midnight. It's been so successful, and thanks to Vice Mayor Doris Topsy Elvord and Cecily Walter, that it started here in about 1995. And there's actually 26 leagues throughout the nation, and there's one in London. So again, thank you for this consideration, and this program is again well needed, because it's a fact that when that program was not in existence, crime went up in the area. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, City Council,
Honorable Rex Richardson, and all of the council staff. My name is Leonard Adams. I'm from the 6th District of Long Beach. I am also the ex-coordinator for Midnight Basketball. I was in charge of the program for 13 years. So if you heard anything about Midnight Basketball, more likely I was a part of it. So Midnight Basketball actually started in another city. It started in the city of Maryland, Glen Arden, Maryland. It was started up by a city manager. His name was G. Van Sanford. It was started because he started to notice between the hours of 8 o'clock and 2 o'clock, there was a lot of crime, a lot of shootings, a lot of break-ins, residential burglaries. So he figured out a way how to get those population of people to be in one spot at one time. So he started by going around the town looking for empty buildings, and he found one, and he installed some basketball goals in it, and he invited kids in it. He let them play, just basically have free play, and later on he developed a program called Midnight Basketball, which we had for 13 years here in the city of Long Beach. The crime went down about 60%, according to public records of Glen Arden, Maryland. The program also was helped implemented by President George W. Bush, not George W., but George H. Bush in 1990. He honored G. Van Sanford, and I also call it 124 points of life. So if the city is willing to take a chance on today's youth, I believe that Midnight Basketball is a perfect tool to have in our community to combat crime and to drive down the violence that has been occurring for the last year and a half.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
To be polite, this plan stinks like a porta potty, and it's full of bad ideas and no toilet paper. In only 5 months, this plan spends nearly $2 million on police salaries and overtime for just one investigation team. In fact, 92% of the plan's $5 million will fund police salaries and overtime. Under this plan, police will get another almost $500,000 of even more overtime to walk the Washington neighborhood. But the city manager said that with 186 overtime hours, the police made only 300 contacts in Washington. That's one community member every 37 minutes. Steve Urkel could make more friends in 37 minutes. And it's a sad commentary when meeting neighbors requires overtime in a pilot program instead of simply being a part of your job. And then there are the bicycles. The city manager admits that an additional $500 million for bicycle cops is perfect for our waterfront, business, and entertainment districts. Well, that's just perfect because Mary, Sue Lee, Roberto, and Rex have beautiful waterfront and business entertainment districts ideal for bicycle cops. But when I'm done, the city manager will tell you that his recovery plan for next year has plenty of what's missing this year. It's not true. Most of next year's money goes to parks and library programs. We hardly have enough parks in the neighborhoods where the shootings are popping off, and the library programs are great for kids, but they don't work for teens choosing between schools and games. 13579 and the mayor, you're up for re-election, and this is the issue on everyone's mind.
Mr. Sims?
Are my kids safe? Am I safe? And the answer is hell no.
The next 5 speakers, Melissa Morgan, Dr. Kim Tabari, Adriana Redmond, Jesse Johnson, and Caroline Hines. Speakers, can you please line up? Melissa Morgan, Dr. Kim Tabari, Adriana Redmond, Jesse Johnson, and Caroline Hines.
I think we already had Jesse. I don't see Dr. Tabari here. I think we just have Melissa and Audrina and Carolyn.
All right, 90 seconds. Remember these numbers: 1, 8, 14, 0, 1. We have one person here, a guy from Washington neighborhood. He's our hope, he's our future. He's who we're fighting for and why we're showing up and staying late and missing our kids for dinner. 1. $8 million you're squeezing into the police department's budget for fiscal year 21. Do not pass this program. Come on, you guys, come on. Last year you heard people in the street saying, defund the police. What does that mean? Divest, invest, shift your money. Here's a gift. Thinking caps for each of you to think creatively outside of punitive work. I've worked with Chief Luna in the past 15 years ago doing youth and gang violence prevention. This beep has not worked. Using policing, using punitive measures does not work. We heard from that one guy. You're telling us you're giving police $8 million more, 14. You want to increase the police budget by $14 million. That's 2 more health departments. We're saying, give money to the health department. Give money to Central Cha. Give money to what works. We know what works. Here's some sounds. Slick, sly, slimy, sleazy, sludgy, sickening soap opera. That's what this police department's budget looks like. You're asking for money at the last minute, squeezing it in. The community has the answers. You hear us coming here. We're passionate. We care. Come do a principal for a day. Do a Washington. I live in Washington for a day. See what happens, council members. See what life is like on the other side.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Audrina Redmond, resident of District 2, BLM, and the People's Budget Coalition. I'm going to put this here because this says defund the police. This was a cry, a mantra. It is a call for an opportunity for the city to invest in something other than failed policies like the Long Beach Police Department. Specifically, I want to point out, I won't reiterate what other people have said, but I am struck by 2 things, a couple of things actually. ABLE, which is the active bystander law for law enforcement. Now, why in the hell do we need something like that? Isn't that supposed to be a part of their training already? You're supposed to be able to do policing right and to stop your fellow officer when they're murdering people and abusing people, which our city has a very strong record of. I'm ashamed that something like this has to be put into our budget. I'm ashamed that we have what is this? The notion of an Office of Constitutional Policing. I remember when Chief Luna came in and I went to a couple of his introductory meetings to the community, and I heard him talking about constitutional policing. It sounds like some more BS for police funding. There's plenty of money for the police in our budget existing, 44% or more of our city's budget. We think that 25% of that ought to be taken away from the police department and reinvested into things the community really needs, reinvested into the hopes and the direction expressed by David from the Washington neighborhood.
Ms. Redmond, your time is up. Thank you.
I'm still talking. The general fund, this is it's $5 million. It's additional money for the police department is a ruse. It's all a ruse just to give them more money. It is not addressing any of the things the community talked to you about. When you got down to those items in your budget, it was shameful. It's shameful how little you really care about the things the community was calling for, and you're still doing what you've always done, which is hiding behind criminalizing people, which is hiding behind looking at folks as if they are wanting to
Thank you,
exist in the way that they are.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think we get the point. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Christian Hines, and I reside in the awesome and amazing District 1 with the leadership of the unstoppable and incredible Mary Zendejas as my council member. I am here tonight because I am an alumni of Leadership Long Beach, and as many of my colleagues are here as well. And one of the things that we learned about is as soon as we completed the process, we had to serve. And my first service was with the midnight basketball camp and program. We were able to bring in young men who are not all justice involved and not all gang affiliated, but many of them did have needs. They were either suffering from homelessness or food insecurity. And so the funding we need, I'm going straight for the ask. We needed to provide the program to deliver it to the participants. Midnight Basketball was an amazing program, like Leonard already mentioned, but in Long Beach, it was rewarding, it was inspiring, and it was definitely effective. My background, I work in Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council in the County of Los Angeles. I'm a GRIP and Gang Reduction and Intervention Professional Facilitator. I also work with the LA Regional Reentry Program. And I started out with the Long Beach Bars program with Operation Shortstop. So our background is to get them in the game, play the game, and then we do workshops. So I want you to just know two things. One, we need the money. Two, we are productive and it works. So if you want gang intervention, prevention, crime to drop, we need money for the program. Some of them just come, they can't even play because they're hungry. So thank you for your time. Thank you, council members, and thank you for the money. I'm asking in advance.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll take the conversation back behind the rail. The maker of the motion, Councilwoman Allen, your comments?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Linda, for the presentation. And also thanks to all the folks that made comments tonight. Leonard, I love the midnight basketball idea. I also want to thank all of our officers who have gone above and beyond in these challenging times, and I appreciate you. Our business districts are finally seeing visitor numbers increase and tourism return. They need all of our support to keep their customers feeling safe and secure and to protect their businesses and properties. With firearm assaults up, prohibited possessors out and about, and increased calls for police services in our business corridors and neighborhoods across the city, we needed to respond to these serious issues. I will not list all the programs that will be funded. They are in the report, but a few of my priorities will continue to be community policing, entertainment and business, district policing, ensuring adequate base staffing levels, proactively targeting prohibited possessors, youth engagement, and violence prevention in all of its forms. The amazing funding that we're getting from the American Rescue Plan gives us an opportunity to support violence prevention programs and early intervention. I believe we must tackle current crime and implement structural programs to reduce future cycles of crime and violence. This plan takes an important step towards both of those goals. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, City Manager, for your hard work. I will be supporting this item. And Chief, I do have a multi-part question for you. So can you please describe the reductions in staffing that took place last year in our entertainment and business districts? And also, can you walk us through what additional base staffing, like bike officers and targeted district staffing might look like?
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for calling me up. Obviously, this is a very complex issue, very passionate. I'm glad to hear there's a lot of passion in this room about it. In regards to the last question, in regards to how the bicycles and foot patrols would be utilized, it's all data driven. Each of our commanders that are in charge of each division participate in dozens and dozens of community meetings where members of the community come forward and they talk about the challenges that they see in their neighborhoods. We listen, we deploy to those needs, and where those needs are needed, that's where we would deploy. Regarding last year's budget, we took about a $10.3 million reduction in the police department budget, which equated to approximately 51 sworn positions. And as I have come before all of you on the city council, as we're dealing with violent crime, almost all of you were looking at all of us in city management and saying, this is unacceptable. We need to stop this. I agree. It's absolutely ridiculous. Our shootings are up. They were up a lot more earlier in the year. Right now, they're up approximately 56%. It's not something we're just seeing here in Long Beach. We're seeing it in almost every large city in America. There's an epidemic of violence. President Biden talked about it several weeks ago. He talked about funding more police, but putting more police on the street is not the only solution. So those cuts have impacted our city, and this plan that we're putting forward adds additional officers on the days and the hours and the specific areas based on data to keep people safe. And I keep on repeating myself and saying this over and over. We've had 21 murders this year. All but one are people of color. That offends me, just like I'm sure it offends everyone else in this room. And my job is to stop it. My job isn't to put people of color in jail. I do not believe in mass incarceration. My job, though, is to stop the people who are using firearms to hurt people in our community. And I intend to do that and continue to do that. And I say this is a team effort. We have the best police officers in the country.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. And next we have Councilwoman Price, the seconder of the motion.
Thank you. Chief, since you're up here, one of the issues that I've been very concerned about is the proposed changes to the air support unit last year, and I'm the one that brought the item to ask us to reevaluate the proposal for last year. I think the air support unit is a really great resource. It's not a street resource. It's an above ground resource. It has a higher, better view, better scope of what they're looking for, and is very successful in crime prevention and crime solving crime. Really, it can be. I know that the police department issued a memorandum recently in response to the item that I brought to council, but I didn't see that called out at all in the safety recovery plan. And to the extent that we're having these discussions, I would like to see the air support unit continue to be evaluated in terms of what makes most sense, because if we have to lose patrol officers to put them in the air support unit, that's not beneficial for any of us. And so I want to make sure that that's something. You don't have to talk about it now. I know that August 3rd is going to be the main public safety budget issue, a presentation, but that is something that's concerning to me. The other area that I know I've talked with you about and the city manager about is the area of traffic safety. I'm very concerned about the number of traffic fatalities that we've had. I realize it's a different type of violent crime. I'll tell you, every family member that I have met who's lost a loved one in a DUI collision will tell you it was a very violent offense to them, and it was a very violent tragedy. And so I want to make sure that we're not forgetting traffic safety. Our traffic division has been reduced over the years, and that's really not allowed for proactive outreach and education, reminder about speeding, reminders to people about the importance of not being impaired when driving a car, things of that nature. So I was disappointed that there was no money in there for traffic as well. So those are two areas where I wish we could have contributed some more resources or allocated some more resources. I loved hearing from the audience today about some of the programs. I'm involved in several reentry programs and also diversion programs where we work with a lot of nonprofits that the county and cities support. I think those programs are tremendously helpful. I think when you can walk alongside someone who is seeing things and getting support from the criminal justice system, non-traditional support partners, and they succeed, that is the biggest reward ever. And to be able to work with people and get them into the trades as part of a reentry program, which is something I'm very involved in for folks that are coming out of prison, not jail, but still, it's so rewarding. Personally, it's so rewarding. And so I think those programs are great, and I want to continue to support. Now, we all know not all nonprofit organizations are built the same. So the foundation that an organization like Central Trial would have is going to be very different than maybe a newer organization. Everybody has to start somewhere. But I think those that have developed a strong foundation for rehabilitation, integration, and access programs, I think we should continue to support them. And I'm glad to see that there is some support for those programs in the budget. I would love to see more, but of course it's always a balancing act, and I look forward to hearing what my colleagues' thoughts are on this topic and where that money might move around. But again, I would have liked to see a little bit more money for our air support and traffic safety, because I think those are two very needed resources that every city should have in the name of public safety. So thank you.
Thank you. That was the motion and the seconder. I'd like to insert my comments here. I want to start with, so Mr. City Manager, first of all, thank you for responding to the mayor's request. You were asked to do a public safety centered approach, largely because when we presented the recovery plan, there was no funding associated directly with the police department or safety. I want you to respond specifically to the claim about the funding being 85% versus 5 or 15% for community. How would you respond to that?
So as the Assistant City Manager talked about in the presentation, there are two components here. The original Recovery Act had about $3.6 million, and it was all violence prevention work. There was no public safety dollars in that. That wasn't actually an eligible use under the Recovery Act to begin with. That has changed. That has been changed at the federal level to also include safety type programs since that time. But when we proposed it, it was a $3.6 million there. So we heard very clearly from the council on multiple occasions about the need to address shootings and violent crime, and that really was our focus. So as we went back and looked at the safety recovery plan, we found the additional resources of $5 million. And so when you combine that with the Recovery Act money that was already funded, which is the longer term violence prevention, and a lot of that money is going to be going out to our community, when you put those two numbers side by side, it's about 53% would go towards safety programs in the police department, and 47% would go towards violence prevention programs. So I think it's important to look at all of that together as a response plan.
So what's the timeline on the violence prevention piece? Do you anticipate that these all roll out around the same time?
Yes, fundamentally, a lot of the work for the Long Beach Recovery Act program rollouts is underway, and we anticipate most of the programs that will fund community-based support of implementation of those programs, those RFPs will be going out within the next 30 to 45 days. And all of the various community-based organizations that support the basketball programs, the reentry programs, and all of those, they would be eligible to respond to the RFPs and participate in those programs. In addition, though, the staff has a relationship with a lot of those organizations in the community, so what we do in advance of submitting the RFP is to reach out to those individuals to make sure that they're aware that it is coming out, and just make sure that they apply if they are interested in receiving that funding.
And part of the strategy, if I can add, Vice Mayor, is we're dealing with shooting crisis right now. So right now we know we've got programs that need to get funded, especially on the safety side. That really is urgent. We can put those overtime dollars to use almost immediately. We can react very quickly with our own staff on some of our Be Safe program, and they're just adding more hours to people who are already on the payroll. our nonprofits, we really like working with them and supporting them. There is a competitive process we have to go through to make sure that we're allocating dollars fairly. So those do take a little bit longer, and those are our longer term strategies. So both will happen, but there is a timing perspective on which dollars we can spend a little faster.
Okay, so two things in response to that. First, I think we need to do a better job being clear about what people can expect in terms of the comprehensive approach. I think we need to lean in. I'm a big believer in violence prevention. Some people say it's untested. I know that it works, upstream and downstream. So we need to talk about, when we present these, we need to focus on, these are the things we're doing upstream. These are the community supports that we're putting in place or reinforcing. Here are our strategies. And here's where the suppression comes in. Here's where the Neighborhood Safe Streets program comes in. Here's how we're addressing this. And I think the responsibility is on us as the city to take that additional step and explain that to folks. So I really want to see more of that moving forward. The second thing I would say is I want to thank all the speakers here, particularly the young man from the Washington neighborhood. I thought he had a very impactful statement, and what he really talked about was investing in youth, and investing in youth works. Personally, it's and I won't use the example, but my first year in office, there were 3 incidents that happened right before I took office. Violence, it impacted 3 young men. I was 30 at the time, or 29 right before I took office, and these 3 men, they were very similar in age. It happened. These incidents happened all in the middle of the day, between 12 and 2. Unrelated. They didn't know each other. But it struck me because I wasn't that far in age from where they were, and I asked myself the question, where was I at 2 o'clock during a weekday? Where was I when I was that age? I was blessed enough to have the opportunity to go to college. Some people were blessed enough to go into have a good job or go into the military. And I always ask ask myself, if we did lean into those types of opportunities for more of those young people, or those 3 young men in particular, would they have been in that place at that time to be a part of that incident? And I firmly believe that the more we invest in them, we can impact their lives, and it's backed up by data. If you look at the victims of gun violence, going back the last decade, the majority of them between the age of 18 and 29. That's the age group. They're a vulnerable age group. You know where they are, you know where they live. And so if we use that, we should continue to invest in youth. So I believe that we certainly, the way we talk, the way we walk, and the way we invest, we have to continue to invest in youth, invest in neighborhood support. But I also know as a council member, there's a lot of time where, I actually set a budget aside, because when bad things happen, they need to get a phone call. There's community support that needs to happen. You talk to the neighborhood group, you go do a community walk, these things. When violence happens, it leaves and it makes an impact on the community. And so our communities want the shootings to stop. And we are one city team. So there needs to be invested in community, and there also needs to be suppression. Police are a part of our city team. We need to look at it comprehensively. And so as we invest, we need to make sure we're thinking with left side, right side of the brain, and we're standing up as one city family. In terms of some of the specifics here, I think, question was raised about the bikes. I've been a fan of bikes because we've had bikes in North Long Beach. I just want to be clear that we have an uptown business district, but even outside of the uptown business district, I want to see some bikes on Artesia Boulevard. I want to see some bikes on Long Beach Boulevard, Atlantic Avenue. So just first question, can we just be clear that the bike program is not limited to entertainment districts? That's a question.
No, it's not limited to just the entertainment areas. As a matter of fact, the primary role in the entertainment areas is more foot beats. That's been very effective. It's the foot beats that saved a young man's life when there was a triple shooting at the Pike about 3 weekends ago. Those are very effective. In regards to bicycles, all of you, I know, have outstanding relationships with your division commanders. If there is an area where you see the need, you can absolutely talk to that commander, and they will provide that service if the staffing allows.
Right. And I had a community walk with Commander Zabel yesterday, and she very much so supports doing activities. The next thing is, how can we, I know that there's a talk about business districts and funding for business districts. There's about funding in the recovery plan for business districts. What I'd love to see as a part of this is a plan or a strategy for each of those business districts. I don't want just PD operating in a silo from the security that assessments pay for. There's private security there. There are lighting plans. There are SEPTED plans. I would really love to see what the strategies are going to be to integrate on the business corridors. Atlantic Avenue, Michelle Obama Library, Artesia Boulevard, right? Uptown Business District, I think, is an example of a business district that's very different than, say, the Downtown Entertainment District, and it really requires a little bit of focus. And so that's something that I'm going to be looking for. And then the last thing I'll say is, with this program, I would love to see how we're doing, right? Let's get a report back on the safety recovery plan. We've asked for report backs on every one of the recovery plans. So I think this should be no different. So we should have report backs on what the impact of the community has been, on community impacts, positive, negative, use data, and let's show some impacts, because if these strategies work, we want to stand up and say, this strategy worked, this one didn't. And so I think that's incredibly important. So I support what's in front of us today. I think we can go a little bit further in terms of investment. I'm never going to turn down additional investment for North Long Beach and communities like North Long Beach. I'm never going to turn it down, so we need to continue to invest, but I support what's in front of us today. Next is Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. Chief, you mentioned that your department took, well, first let me go back. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for staff for putting together the proposal. Thank you for the context that you provided, Mr. Modica, and thank you for all the very passionate speakers. To kind of touch on some other topics that my colleagues said before I go into my list of questions, I just want to echo the comments of my colleague, Councilman Price. I remember when I first was deployed to Lakewood Station, my sergeant said, the first thing you do is call Air Ops. It's worth 18 units on the ground. To be able to quadrant off an area in a meaningful way is much more comprehensive and often results in chases and other high-risk things, where an air support is just a different tool. And having sworn both in the pilot seat and calling out all the different things is just a huge asset that I just don't think people know or understand unless you've heard the difference on the radio. And I say the same of dispatch, that I've said it in the past and things like that. But just to reiterate, air support and how impactful it can be. Prevent chases, prevent all other sorts of things. The Be Safe program, huge supporter of Be Safe. Every year as budget chair, committed additional funds to Be Safe, and I just believe in it so much, and I think that it's a great program that we just have to continue to invest in. I appreciate Councilmember Richardson's continued advocacy for his areas and his districts. I would just reiterate that we all have areas that we think are important, and I would just hope that we continue to focus on the data that's related to the specifics, because I know that the specific comments, I'm sorry, I'm losing my breath with this mask. It is really hard to speak in this mask. I shouldn't have worn burlap mask on a council night. The commanders know the data as well, and we just need really responsive data. And I don't know if you're getting the data as quickly. I know the systems used to not be as, I know they were antiquated. I don't know what your time lapse is on accurate data. So I hope that you have that to make those decisions. And then I would just, my last question was, or I guess my main question, Chief, you mentioned that your department took a $10 million reduction, but I believe you also have a savings target. Do you know what your savings target is this year in terms of millions?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Because I think that that's another component of this. I mean, if your department's being asked to save $2 million or $3 million or $4 million, I think that that's just another component of areas where there isn't funding. And while I appreciate that some of these funds are coming in to target specific programs, and that's great, there's a lot of complexity in your budget, and I appreciate that you're working through that, and those savings are critical. I had an item that I've pulled from tonight, but you lost 80 officers last year, and you're about to lose another 30 officers this year. And It's difficult to be a police officer, and the only way that we can continue to grow with the community is by onboarding new, young police officers and training them well. And so I really am passionate that you have the resources to make sure that your academy next year is funded. And I'd like to see a way that that happens. And I know you have savings targets, but I don't see how we move forward without those things. Targets are one thing, but I'd love to see a dedicated set aside of funding that's necessary to restaff your department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I do appreciate having, you know, this Long Beach Safety Recovery Plan, and that there's just so much that's gone on in all rounds of violence to crimes. And I think as a person who's come from doing youth development and leadership work, as well as violence prevention, I think that, you know, I believe, and I've always spoken about believing that it works and investing in our community. But I also believe that we do have to have a balanced approach to also making sure that when people do want to call the police, that they're there available, right? The services are there, because I do get residents requesting for these services. And so I think that it's making sure people also feel that they're getting a response when, you know, as far as calls for police, when they do ask for it. So I do believe that with the percentage of, you know, violence prevention and ensuring that we do think about the programming that is coming through the safety program. And I would like Chief Luna to speak to the community policing aspect of these programming, because I'm interested in learning, while some of these are pilot, I'm interested in learning how has that improved, or, you know, is working towards, or if it's your goal to work towards increasing, you know, the relationship and trust in the community, because that's one of the things that has, you know, in the past year demonstrated has been broken. And you know, I'm interested in learning how you think these programs are helping to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Council Member Sorrow. Fundamentally, from the time we recruit our officers, and I think many of you and many in the audience potentially, even on television, have been involved in our civil service process when we hire new police officers. And you cannot be hired as a Long Beach police officer unless you talk about community policing, partnerships, diversity. That's the kind of police department we are, and we've evolved into. So when that's just getting hired, when we train you, whether it's in the academy, which is 6 months long, and then another year-long program out in the field, those are the things that we emphasize. So in some of these programs we're talking about now, and by the way, the emphasis is really on partnerships. A police department cannot be successful if it's not partnered with its community, and vice versa. You need safety. It comes from both sides. And each and every one of our officers is trained that way. The standard is that way. Do we fall short once in a while? We're human. Of course we do. But I'm proud to say it's probably less than 1% of the time. But in some of these programs we're talking about, as an example, our Neighborhood Walks program, I can't tell you how many police departments around the country are calling us and saying, hey, how did you do this? What did you come up with? And basically what that is taking officers who work in a beat, and remember, we work in police cars because our number one priority is response time. We have one of the best priority one response times in the country. When people dial 911, they want a police officer there as soon as possible. So what we did is, hey, how do we connect better with the community? And we tried it first in the Washington Middle School area. We're currently doing it up on the Market Corridor up in North Division. And it's the officers coming back and walking that beat so that people know each other on a first name basis. Yes, in a perfect world, if officers had more time when they get out of the cars to do that, we'd love that. But when we're handling 600 calls for service every 24 hours, and making at least 1,000 contacts per day in a 24-hour period. I know there's been some comments in here, but they're false. They're not real. I can give you the data. And when you're doing that, you don't always have the time. In this neighborhood walks program, you have the ability to get out and know the kids, know the parents, vice versa. I want the officers to know them. I want each of them to humanize each other. And that's what our officers are doing. And they're doing an amazing job. There's stories of people just hugging the officers. Thank God you're here. You hear stories of people not liking cops. You get out there and 80% of the people we're running into love the officers in their neighborhood. They absolutely love them. So this program so far is working. Will we modify it as time goes on? Because we want that connection. That will make us safer. A lot of the programs that have been talked about here in the audience will make us safer. It's a collective effort. It is a balanced approach. And at the end of the day, that's the goal, to make our neighborhood safer.
Thank you, Chief. Can I add just one thing? I know
Sure.
my time's up, but I just wanted to make sure to do a shout out for the midnight basketball. I appreciate Mr. Leonard and Mr. Johnson being here to share, and I hope that we can kick off the first midnight basketball in the 6th District where it started. So I know there has to be an RFP process, but I'm hoping that we'll get it in and get it kicked off in the 6th District. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Thank you to staff for the presentation, and thank you to both of my 1st District residents, Carolyn and David, for being here and for speaking up, and everybody else who provided their public comment. I want to especially thank you, David, for your passion and dedication to our 1st District youth in our neighborhood Washington area. I'm very proud to support and help fund your organization, Books and Buckets, which aims to provide alternative opportunities to our youth in our Washington neighborhood. In the 1st District, we continue to face the most shootings and violent crimes. This is why I know it is important that we acknowledge and we need to work quicker and more efficiently to address these issues of violent crimes and preventative measures. The reason that we talk so much about safety issues is because we are passionate about speaking up for our youth. We want and we need our youth to grow up in a healthy and safe environment because they are the future and must be a key component of our violence prevention solutions. That is why I'm a huge advocate and supporter of youth programs that seek to mentor, empower, and support our youth to head towards the best possible path for their future and ours. And one particular organization that is introducing this opportunity to the 1st District community is, again, Books and Buckets, which I am very proud of. I think that we need to really look at programs that are making a difference in the youth that we have in our communities, like Midnight Basketball, like Books and Buckets, and so many other programs that help our community heal and that help our community move forward. Because right now we are going through a lot right now with violent crimes and shootings almost on a weekly basis, and it's got to stop, and we need to work together to make that happen.
Thank you. All right, so just to read, that looks like that concludes council comment. Just one outstanding question. Thank you, Councilmember Mongo, for raising it. Mr. City Manager or Chief, what is the status of the academy for next year?
So we are planning for an academy next year. That is going to be for FY22. We do fund that using attrition savings, and so we can get you some more information on that. We don't have yet a final amount or when. If you remember, we just graduated an academy in March 2021. We are looking at attrition rates of probably between 50 and 80 over this year that we're going to need to replenish, and so that is planned for FY22.
Okay, a second question. I know that you're working on, and you don't have to share it if you're not ready for it yet, but where can we anticipate the report on the paramedic alternative response report that you're working on? What's the ETA on that?
Tomorrow.
Okay, well, we'll have something to look at tomorrow. Okay. All right, just so here's what I heard. I heard people want a balanced approach. I think your clarification, 50-50, that demonstrates a balanced approach. Councilmember Sorrow said, hey, residents, when they pick up the phone, they want to make sure that we have a response time, that police show up on time. I hear that from my neighbors. I think that's a universal across the city. So I think you're hearing that. Data and reporting and data and accountability and reporting, I think that's a standard. Air support has been raised 3 times by the council. Investments in the community, we really heard that come out very, very clear. So we need to lead with that in the future, investments in the community. And then seems like midnight basketball is a pretty popular program. So we're looking forward to hearing when that can get going. That said, thank you all for your comments, and members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right. So I lost my paper that shows me which item I was doing next. Okay, we're gonna pick up item number 25.
Communication from Councilwoman Mungo, Councilman Superna, Councilmember Uranga, Councilman Austin. Recommendation to request city manager to assess citywide impacts of SB 9 and SB 10 and report back to the State Legislation Committee.
All right, Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. Many of you know that this item has been in committee, and I think it's important. I get a lot of calls with questions, and sometimes the questions are so specific that I don't always know the answer. I spend a lot of time calling development services back and forth, and I think that there'd be some value in having development services provide some context and information very globally and by district to the State Ledge Committee. The State Ledge Committee is an open forum, so community members can participate and attend, and then we can use that information, put it out in our newsletter, provide additional information to the community so that people know more about SB 9 and SB 10. There are parts of SB 9 and SB 10 that people agree with, and there are parts of SB 9 and SB 10 that people hope that will still change. But I think that it's really important that they know the facts so they can both advocate for or against whatever they have. So with that, that is my agenda item. And thank you for those who signed on.
Thank you, Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you. And I think it's important for us to know exactly what's going on with these 2 legislative items here. I know there's going to be a lot of staff time taken up, and I think Mr. Kunze, you're there. Could you give us an estimate as to what you think would be a time frame for this to come back to the State Ledge Committee?
So I'll be working with Dr. Curley here. We'll both be working on this item. In a perfect world, to give you perfect information about every single district would take 6 weeks. I understand it may be scheduled faster than that. So based on, when you schedule the item, we will provide you the best information we can at that time. The same staff that will be working on this item are also working on the data related to the just cause item that was just heard by council. And we do have some issues with our software that we all talked about a few weeks ago. So it does take some time. I apologize for that, but we will do our best to provide council the best information we can in the most timely basis possible.
I want to thank Councilmember Mungo for bringing this forward and for taking it to the State Ledge Committee, which I think would be the appropriate committee for it to be heard first before it comes back to the City Council for a full hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Price.
I too want to commend Councilwoman Mungo for bringing this item forward. This is probably the topic we get the most emails about in my district. So I really appreciate this approach. I do have a request for city staff when this item comes back. You know, one of the things that I've shared with our delegation is this idea that Long Beach, we're working so hard to try to meet our housing goals. And there are so many cities that are not taking that approach. And there are many cities that are ignoring the mandates. And so I wonder if it's possible for Long Beach or cities like Long Beach who are working so hard to expand our housing stock to be exempt from some of these policies, or somehow build an exemption through our work such that if you're meeting the goals, or if you're, making progress in meeting the goals, then maybe you get a credit. So you're not subject to the same requirements or the same state intervention. I don't even know if that's possible, but I feel like we should be treated differently than cities that are completely rejecting the reality of housing. And I don't like the fact that we're being all lumped into one, because just in the 3rd district alone, we're producing 10% of the required housing for the city of Long Beach in the next 3 decades. So I would love to see if there's a way that we can advocate, of course, through discussion at the State Ledge Committee, but how can we best advocate for Long Beach to either be exempt or have different standards? So I don't know. Is that even something that you guys have talked about?
We'd be glad to report back on that. I'm going to just share 2 items with the council. There's a lot of interest in these 2 bills. We may remember several years back a bill called SB 35, and there was a lot of concern about it. It turns out we haven't had a single SB 35 project in the city, but that bill had triggers. So if you were meeting your RENA, you were totally exempt. If you were meeting certain portions of your RENA, you went on a middle category. So that's a model that already exists in other legislation. We can report back about that. And then we can also report back separate from these 2 bills. There is a provision making its way through the legislature called the Housing Accountability Unit, which would hold cities that don't follow housing mandates accountable. I know there's a lot of different opinions about that. Just sharing with you, I think it's a frustration to staff that we invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to understand every year all the rulemaking and legislation that comes down from Sacramento and following it to the letter. Some of our peer cities don't take the same approach, and this would provide staff at the state level to take enforcement against those cities that aren't following the rules.
Oh, well, that's good. Thank you. So right now, does SB 9 or 10 have those triggers in it, or is that something we might be able to advocate for?
Those triggers aren't in the legislation today, and I'll work with Dr. Curley to see what's possible.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you. I'll add my comments here. Thank you, Councilwoman Mungo. I think it's the right approach. Hey, sometimes the legislation, you'll see a lot of smaller cities will get together and advocate one position or the other. And as Mr. Kuntz just stated, we have our own government affairs apparatus here in Long Beach. I'm on the executive board of 2 organizations that they do that. They look at what's best in general for cities, like SCAG. Their position on SB 9 was oppose unless amended, with some very specific things that they requested. Contract cities. This year, for 1 year, I'm on the executive board there. Their position was, I believe, the same. I think here in Long Beach, I think this approach of asking staff to actually place a lens of Long Beach on the policy and see is there an impact to Long Beach? I don't see that the bill actually benefits us very much. I don't see a benefit to it. I think there are things like SB 679 that will open up the playbook for funding. I think years ago, we were very, very clear that Long Beach, we've allocated, I think, 28,000 units through our land use element. The space is there to build. Our biggest barrier is funding to make housing affordable and to incentivize development. The legislature took our biggest tool away. redevelopment, where 20% of every dollar will go to accelerate affordable housing production specifically. The most important and impactful thing we can get from Sacramento is reestablish a finance mechanism and tool to build and produce housing. Now that's Long Beach. Now there are issues in other communities, but that's not a Long Beach issue. So I think whatever our position is in Long Beach, it should be proportional to the impact on Long Beach. If it's not much of an impact on Long Beach, then we should put our focus on being proactive in Sacramento on the bills that we think will actually help us solve the problem. If this bill, I would love to see the report back on what the impact is. This is not much of an impact on Long Beach. I think we should just be very clear what our position is, let that be known, put a finger on the scale if we need to, but we should really be putting our resources behind the things that we know will actually help us solve the problem, in my opinion. But I think I support this item. It allows us to take the steps to have more clear understanding. It's a lot of misinformation out there, and my hope is that this process will help to clarify those things. I don't see any other council comments. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is one public comment on item 25. Jacob O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the Long Beach City Council. My name is Jacob O'Donnell, Field Representative to Senator Lena Gonzalez, who is co-author of Senate Bill 9. So California is in the midst of a housing crisis. Per the California Department of Housing and Community Development, only 27% of households can afford to purchase the median-priced single-family home, which is 50% below the national average. And of those renters, so over half of renters and 80% of low-income renters are rent-burdened in the state. So in response, SB 9 builds on the successful approach of current ADU law and expands options for homeowners who wish to be part of the solution in solving the housing crisis. So this bill has a number of safeguards to ensure that local governments maintain control of zoning and design standards, that community character is respected, that tenants are protected from displacement. There is an owner occupancy requirement in the bill, and that historic neighborhoods are preserved. And this bill also expands opportunities for homeowners to build equity while also generating affordable units, for working families and seniors, creating new home ownership opportunities for those currently locked out of the market, and it provides flexibility for multi-generational housing. So as the Vice Mayor kind of alluded to, that SB 9 as it's currently written will have little impact on most single-family neighborhoods in Long Beach because of the local control components of the bill. So SB 9 provides local control over zoning and design standards as long as they do not conflict with the bill. So this is specifically prohibiting duplexes or physically precluding the development of two 800 plus feet square units. And in addition, SB 9 prohibits the demolition of more than 25% of the existing exterior structural walls unless the ordinance allows, a local ordinance would allow that. And again, it has a tenant owner occupancy requirement. So if the structure had been occupied within the past 3 years, that would be exempt as well, or protected as well. And I'd like to conclude my comments with some comments from the senator directly. So the senator wants to thank the council for bringing this item forth. She's thankful for the hard work of the city council and agrees that this bill is going to bring some perspective on both SB 9 and SB 10 on next steps. And she's looking forward to just engaging individually and collectively on solutions to go ahead and address this crisis for our mutual residents. And thank you.
Thank you. Send our regards to the senator. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, I think we now are at item number 16.
Report from Health and Human Services, Development Services, and Economic Development. Recommendation to adopt a resolution to accept and expand grant funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development in an amount not to exceed $5,100,000, and to execute any subsequent amendments with HCD relating to the grant application and award for conversion of the interim housing home key site at 1725 Long Beach Boulevard into permanent supportive housing, District 1.
All right, Councilwoman Zendaya, well, actually, staff report, please. Okay, is there a brief staff report on this one?
Yes, Kelly Colopy will give a brief staff presentation.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. So this funding really, it's requesting authorization or a resolution to authorize an application from the City of Long Beach to apply for the CDBG CV Home Key funds. Really the purpose of doing this is to identify $5.1 million to be able to support the conversion of the cost of the Best Western, which is our home key site, at 1725 Long Beach Boulevard, so it would move from a transitional housing as it currently operates to permanent supportive housing. So this is to allow for that application process. The applications do go in a rolling basis, so our goal is to get in there early and quickly so to make sure we don't lose our opportunity. The funds would go towards the phase conversion of the site, including fixture upgrades to each unit, installing kitchenettes, replacing flooring, plumbing, TV and internet connectivity, electrical painting, and other sort of upgrades to create the permanent supportive housing opportunities. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Director Calabi, for that. Homelessness is one of the highest reasons for why many residents reach out to my office. It is a concern for many of us also in the city. It's heartbreaking to me when our neighborhoods and when I'm out in the neighborhood and see so many people struggling, many with mental health needs and other challenges. Getting unhoused people housed is an immediate need. We need to help people get on their feet again and receive the necessary resources to live healthy, clean, and not have to be sleeping on hard, cold concrete floors on our streets. So thank you very much for this, and I'm very supportive of this item.
Thank you, Councilwoman Price.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. I see there's one public comment on this. Laura Roberts. Laura here? Okay. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Zendejas. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. 17, please.
Communication from City Attorney, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code to temporarily prohibit the termination of lawful residential tenancies by demolition and/or substantial remodel, no-fault notices through December 31st, 2021, declaring the urgency thereof, and declaring that this ordinance shall take effect immediately, read and adopted as read, citywide.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment on this
Members,
item.
please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Number 18, please.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the land use district map to reflect the establishment of the Southeast Area Specific Plan, read and adopted as read, District 3.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
19, please.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending and restating the Belmont Pier Plan Development District, read and adopted as read, District 3.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment?
No public comment on this
Members,
item.
please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
Number 20, please.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the use district map, as said map has been established and amended by amending portions of Part 5 from Belmont Pier Plan Development District to moderate density multiple residential, and from PD2 sub-area 5 to PD2 sub-area 4, read and adopted as read, District 3.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any public comment?
No public comment on this
None.
item.
Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
21, please. Oh, excuse me, what is that? Yeah, 21, please.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code relating to maintenance of low-income housing in the coastal zone, read and adopted as read, citywide.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay, members, please cast your vote.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. This is now the closing public comment period. Any members of the public wish to address the city council, now is the time. Thank you. You are recognized.
Karen Rayside, resident of District 1. All those things that Chief Luna talked about, we had with the Cal Grit grant. I wrote the Cal Grit grant for 4 years for the city of Long Beach. And it drives me crazy just going back and talking about things that didn't work when we had something that really worked and was successful. To be successful, you have to include wraparound services. The thing that was most impactful about that grant was families got counseling, not as individuals, but as a family group. People were connected with work. It changed the lives. There were so many single mothers that couldn't control their children. They were afraid of their children. It was heartbreaking. Giving them counseling, giving them job training, giving them connections to services made a difference. There were a number of mothers that came and testified on how that program improved their lives. It was killed for political reasons, which makes me sick because it was successful. And I'd be happy to send it out to everybody so you can look at it because it's got all the elements that you need. And we just need to look at how it fits within the structure because you have to have all the elements or the program doesn't work. And with the Boys and Girls Club, we did a longitudinal study. There's nobody really doing refusal and resistance skills when the kids, and that's the big problem. And nobody's talking about the drugs, what the impact the drugs are on our community is a piece of all this. So all these things have to be there to make it successful. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just didn't want to leave without extending my condolences for the loss to our councilman, Al Austin. I just want to say that, regardless of anyone's positions on stuff, we all have families, we all have loved ones, and my heart goes out to him. It's tough to lose a parent. I've lost one. I know some of you in here may have lost people too. So I just want to end by really extending my condolences to Mr. Austin and to his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take it back. Oh, one more. You're recognized, sir.
Yeah, Kenny Green, I just wanted to thank council members and Zendejas for spending your Saturday with us for our Father's Day event and for the vaccination. So you spent the whole Saturday out there with us, and I want to thank you for that. And along with you, Rex, for spending the day that Saturday when we was up at the park doing the vaccination. It means a lot for us.
Fantastic. Thank you. Now we have our closing comments. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you. It is with deep, deep sadness that I close tonight's meeting in honor of 17-year-old Jake Castle, Jakey, known to his family and friends of Park Estates. We buried Jake with his family on Sunday. Jake attended Westerly, and then from there he attended St. Anthony's High School, where my oldest son was fortunate enough to have become friends with Jake as the only person who reached out to him as a transfer student and welcomed him to the school. Jake was kind and compassionate, caring and gentle. He played water polo, and then from there he was on the crew team with the Long Beach Junior crew. And his life ended way too soon, and our entire community is mourning his loss and their loss. Jake's father spoke very eloquently at Sunday's service and said a lot of things that spoke deeply to everyone who was there. One of the most profound things that he said is that he's going to honor Jakey's memory moving forward and having compassion when he interacts with people, because you just never know what another human being may be going through in their lives. And that's a lesson that Jakey has taught all of us. So he will be missed. I know I can speak on behalf of the Price family and the entire community in the 3rd District when I give our love and our heart to the Castle family and let them know that our equity rowing program that we started this summer will live on in the form of a scholarship fund for the students that wish to continue their rowing adventure with the Long Beach Junior Crew in the Jake Castle Scholarship Fund, which will be formed in Jake's honor to support Long Beach youth throughout the city who seek to learn the sport and go to college, hopefully utilizing their skills in that sport. So to the Castle family, we love you, and you'll always be a part of our family. Sincere love coming your way from the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Uranga.
Thank you. And I first want to begin by just addressing the terrible fire that engulfed the Admiral Kidd Park Playground in West Long Beach this past weekend. Words cannot describe how devastated I felt when I heard about the playground, especially during this time when there's summer programs going on, summer camp, and kids are just taking full advantage of the opportunity to go to a park and play in the playground. I had discussions with the city management and city departments, and we're going to work hard to get the playground replaced as quick as possible. And I'm hoping that if anybody out there knows anything or seen anything, please feel free to call the police department at the 562-435-6711, and I am committed to ensuring that we replace the playground at Admiral Kidd Park. On the flip side, we might have had one park destroyed, but we're also going to celebrate the grand opening of a park playground in my district as well at Cherry Park. So I'm inviting the community to please come out and join me on Saturday, July 24th, for this great celebration. There will be the unveiling of the new Cherry Park Playground brought to you by way of Measure A. The opening ceremony will take place at 10 a.m. and it will be located at the 1901 East 45th Street. So hopefully we'll go see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll offer my final comments as well. So I want to also join in extending my condolences to the Austin family and Councilman Al Austin on the loss of his father, on behalf of myself, on behalf of the North Long Beach, the Uptown community, entire city council. And I know this was said earlier, but I think it's important to say it again. Next, come join us this weekend on Saturday from 12 to 4 at Houghton Park. Bring your whole family for the Black Family Health Equity Health Fair. Live music, not live food. We don't want live food. Live music, food, raffles, performances, giveaways, food trucks, dancing, vaccines, and COVID testing, all at Houghton Park. Hope you can join us. Secondly, you are invited to join us at our first of 5 Thrive 90805 Community Conversation Series on Wednesday, July 28th at 6 p.m. at the Doris Topsy Elvert Community Center. Join us, and we're going to talk a little bit about some mobility and the Great Artesia Boulevard project. So this is going to be exciting. It's a really exciting meeting. To register, visit InsideDistrict9.com. And then finally, just want to remind folks, planning is well underway for the 10th Annual Uptown Jazz Festival. It's a 2-day event this time, August 20th and 21st at Houghton Park. We'll have an exciting lineup. One thing to note is that Friday we haven't done a Friday thing, and we're gonna do a Friday white party to celebrate the 10th anniversary, an open street event Saturday morning, and the Uptown Jazz Festival on Saturday afternoon. So mark your calendars. You definitely don't want to miss this weekend. More details to come. Thank you for paying attention and being civically engaged. I'm always reminded there's always somebody watching, no matter how late it goes. So thank you so much for paying attention to our city council meeting, and have a good night. The meeting is adjourned.